Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward the peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The afternoon light filtered through the windows of 221B Baker Street, with the pale, watery quality peculiar to London in late October, when the sun seems to have forgotten its own warmth and merely goes through the motions of illumination. The fog had not yet risen from the Thames. That would come later, with the evening, but the air already held its promise, a dampness that clung to window panes and made the coals in the grate seem all the more precious. The fire itself burned with a contented crackle, sending shadows dancing across the familiar clutter of books, papers, and curious objects that defined the sitting room of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Holmes himself sat in his favoured armchair, the one positioned to catch both the warmth of the fire and whatever meagre light the afternoon offered. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin in an attitude of profound contemplation, though whether he was solving some intricate mental puzzle or simply watching the smoke from his pipe curl toward the ceiling was impossible to say. The pipe, a favourite cherry wood, released its tobacco scent into the room, mingling with the older, deeper smells of leather-bound volumes and the faint chemical tang that always seemed to hover near Holmes's makeshift laboratory bench. Dr. John Watson sat opposite, a medical journal open across his lap, though his attention had wandered from an article on the latest surgical techniques to the more immediate pleasure of simply being warm, comfortable, and in congenial company. His teacup rested on the small table at his elbow, still half full and releasing a gentle steam that caught the firelight. Outside, beyond the fog-softened windows, London went about its business with that peculiar muffled quality that autumn afternoons bring to a great city. The clip-clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones, the distant cry of a street vendor selling chestnuts, the rumble of an omnibus making its way down Baker Street. It was the sort of afternoon that seemed to exist outside of time, suspended in its own peaceful amber. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with a rhythm so steady and familiar it became almost inaudible, more a feeling than a sound, like the heartbeat of the room itself. Watson found himself thinking, not for the first time, that these quiet moments were perhaps as valuable as the dramatic cases that occasionally interrupted them, the peaceful spaces between, the storms of investigation and deduction. "You're thinking," Holmes said suddenly, without opening his eyes or moving from his meditative position, "that peace is undervalued in our modern age." Watson smiled. After so many years of friendship, he should no longer be surprised by Holmes's uncanny ability to read his thoughts, yet it still brought a small pleasure, like a familiar magic trick performed with fresh elegance. "Something of the sort," Watson admitted, "though I was thinking more specifically that these quiet afternoons are rather pleasant." Holmes opened one grey eye. "Which is precisely another way of saying peace is undervalued. You have the soul of a poet, Watson, though you disguise it in the practical language of a medical man. And you have the soul of a musician disguised as a detective. Touché." Holmes closed his eyes again, though I would argue that detection is itself a kind of music. Patterns and rhythms, discord and resolution. The fire crackled its agreement, and for several more minutes neither man spoke. These silences were comfortable things, worn smooth by years of companionship. Watson returned to his journal, reading the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing a word of it, content to simply let his eyes move across the page, while his mind drifted pleasantly nowhere in particular. London in 1895 was a city of contrasts, a great beast of a metropolis that was simultaneously the heart of the largest empire the world had ever known, and a collection of small villages that happened to have grown together like mushrooms in a damp cellar. Here in Baker Street one could feel both the pulse of that great imperial engine and the intimate rhythms of neighbourhood life. The baker on the corner knew everyone's preferences. The postman commented on the weather with the authority of a meteorologist. The lamplighter would be making his rounds in a few hours, bringing his small mobile flame to each gas lamp post, a ritual as old as Watson's own residence in these rooms. The Victorian age had brought such wonders, railways that shrank distance, telegraph wires that made words travel faster than horses, great exhibitions that showcased human ingenuity under vast glass roofs. The Crystal Palace itself, that temple of progress, still stood in Sydenham, gleaming like a promise of the future. Yet for all this rush toward tomorrow, London remained a city that respected its afternoon tea, its quiet hours, its domestic rituals. Watson glanced at Holmes and saw that his friend had finally genuinely dozed off, the pipe now resting in his hand at an angle that would have concerned anyone who didn't know that Holmes possessed an almost supernatural awareness even in sleep. The detective's aquiline profile was softened by the firelight, making him look younger, less severe. These were the moments when Watson most appreciated the privilege of their friendship, not the dramatic chases or brilliant deductions, but these quiet hours when one of the finest minds in England simply rested. The afternoon deepened. The light grew more golden, then amber, then began its slow fade toward the blue of approaching evening. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from downstairs, speaking to someone at the door, probably the grocer's boy with a delivery. The familiar sounds of the household wrapped around Watson like a comfortable blanket. He was just considering whether to ring for fresh tea when the peace was shattered. A knock at the door, not the polite inquiring knock of Mrs. Hudson or a potential client, but an insistent, almost violent hammering that spoke of urgency or anger or both. It was the sort of knock that expected immediate response and would not be kept waiting. Holmes's eyes opened instantly. All traces of sleepiness vanished as if it had never existed. He was on his feet before Watson had fully processed the sound, his posture alert but not alarmed, curious rather than concerned. "Our peace, Watson," he said with a slight smile, "appears to have been discovered and deemed expendable." The knock came again, even more insistent. "Come in," Holmes called, his voice carrying that edge of amusement it always held when routine was disrupted by the unexpected. The door opened, and Mycroft Holmes entered the room like a storm system given human form. Watson had met Holmes's older brother on several occasions and had always been struck by how two men could share so many physical characteristics. The height, the sharp features, the grey eyes, yet present such different aspects to the world. Where Sherlock was lean and restless, Mycroft was substantial and sedentary. Where Sherlock moved with a nervous energy, Mycroft possessed the immovability of a government building. Yet now, that immovability has been shaken. Mycroft's usually impeccable appearance was dishevelled in small but telling ways. His collar sat slightly askew. His waistcoat buttons seemed to have been fastened hastily, resulting in a barely perceptible misalignment. Most telling of all, his face, usually as expressionless as a carved statue, was flushed with what could only be described as agitation. "Sherlock," he said without preamble, his voice tight with suppressed emotion, "someone has stolen my hat." The silence that followed this pronouncement was profound. Even the fire seemed to hold its breath. Holmes, to his credit, did not laugh. His eyes narrowed slightly, studying his brother with that intense focus he usually reserved for crime scenes. "Your hat," he repeated carefully, as if testing the words for hidden meaning. "My bowler, from the Diogenes Club, this very afternoon." Mycroft moved into the room, claimed the chair nearest the fire with the air of a man reclaiming territory, and fixed his brother with a stare that contained equal parts fury and humiliation. "I know what you're thinking. Do you?" Holmes remained standing, one hand absently reaching for his pipe, which he'd set aside upon, rising. "That seems unlikely, given that I'm thinking several contradictory things simultaneously." "You're thinking," Mycroft said with forced precision, "that this is trivial, that a hat, even my hat, is hardly worth troubling the great detective over. That surely the Empire has more pressing concerns than one man's missing headwear." Watson watched this exchange with fascination. The Holmes brothers' interactions were always illuminating, like watching two grandmasters play chess. Each move precise, each response calculated, yet beneath it all, an undercurrent of genuine fraternal affection that neither would ever openly acknowledge. "I was thinking," Holmes said mildly, settling back into his chair and relighting his pipe with deliberate slowness, "that you, dear brother, do not misplace things. You certainly do not travel across London in a state of agitation over misplaced things. Therefore, this is not about a hat. It is entirely about a hat. Mycroft's voice carried a note of defensiveness that Watson had never heard before. A very specific hat, my hat, which has vanished from the cloakroom of the Diogenes Club, a location where things do not vanish, where order is maintained with a rigour that would make a Swiss timepiece seem slovenly by comparison. Holmes puffed contemplatively on his pipe. "Tell me everything, and Watson." He glanced at his friend. "Do take notes. I have a feeling this may prove more interesting than it appears." Watson reached for his notebook, a habit so ingrained that his hand knew where it rested, even without conscious thought. He dated the page, October 23rd, 1895, and prepared to record what would prove to be one of the strangest cases in his chronicles of Sherlock Holmes' investigations. Mycroft took a breath, visibly composing himself. When he spoke again, his voice had regained some of its usual measured quality, though the underlying tension remained. "I arrived at the Diogenes Club at precisely 2 o'clock this afternoon, as is my custom on Wednesdays. I surrendered my hat and coat to Porter. He's been the cloakroom attendant for 15 years, utterly reliable, would no more confuse one member's belongings with another's than he would sprout wings and fly. I proceeded to the reading room, attended to some correspondence, reviewed several documents, and departed at 4:30. When I returned to collect my things, my bowler was gone. In its place," Mycroft's jaw tightened, "was a different hat, similar in style, but not mine. And this substitute hat." Holmes leaned forward slightly. "You have it?" "I left it with Porter. I am not a thief, Sherlock, even when theft has been practised upon me." "How delightfully principled. Describe the hat." "Black bowler, fairly new, better quality than one might expect for—" "Well?" Mycroft paused delicately. "The workmanship was good, but it lacked the particular finish of my hat. There were traces of light-coloured clay on the brim, and the interior band showed signs of regular use by someone with a slightly smaller head than mine." Despite himself, Holmes smiled. "You've been paying attention all these years. I learned from the best, or rather, the most insufferable." But there was warmth beneath the words. Watson found himself relaxing slightly. If the brothers were trading barbs, the situation couldn't be too dire. Still, he made careful notes, capturing Mycroft's description with the precision of a man long practised in recording Holmes' observations. "The question," Holmes said, tapping his pipe against his palm, "is not who took your hat. That much will be obvious once we examine the substitute. The question is why. The Diogenes Club is not a place one wanders into by accident. Its membership is strictly limited, and its purpose," he glanced at Watson, "is to provide a refuge for the most unsociable men in London, where they can be in company without the burden of conversation." "Quite right," Mycroft confirmed. "Speaking above a whisper is forbidden in all rooms except the stranger's room. It is a sanctuary from the exhausting demands of social interaction." Watson tried to imagine such a place and found it both appealing and slightly sad. A club full of men who wanted to be alone together, seeking the presence of humanity without its noise. "So whoever switched the hats," Holmes continued, his voice taking on that crisp, analytical tone that Watson knew so well, "did so in a location where questioning or confronting them would be impossible. Clever. The cloakroom is the only place where members must interact with staff, where belongings are vulnerable, where a switch could occur without immediate notice." "Precisely why I'm here," Mycroft said. "This wasn't opportunistic theft. This was deliberate, calculated, and I need to know why." The fire crackled, sending up a small shower of sparks that glowed briefly before fading, like tiny stars dying in fast motion. Outside, the evening was indeed beginning to assert itself. The fog was rising now. Watson could see it through the window, that characteristic London fog that turned the city into something from a fairy tale, all softened edges and mysterious shapes. Holmes sat in silence for a long moment, his eyes distant, fingers steepled once more beneath his chin. Watson recognized this attitude. His friend was already several steps ahead in his thinking, following chains of logic that would only become apparent later, turning the problem over and examining it from angles others wouldn't think to look at. Finally, Holmes spoke. "We'll go to the Diogenes Club. Tonight, before the trail grows any colder. Watson, bring your coat. Mycroft, try not to look quite so much like a man whose hat has been stolen. It makes you conspicuous." "I am always conspicuous. I weigh 16 stone and occupy a significant position in Her Majesty's government." Yes, but usually you're conspicuously dignified. Right now you're conspicuously ruffled. There's a difference. Holmes rose, reaching for his own coat. Besides, this may prove to be a perfectly ordinary mix-up after all. Someone grabbed the wrong hat in a hurry. These things happen. But Watson, watching his friend's eyes, knew that Holmes didn't believe that for a moment. And judging by the expression on Mycroft's face, neither did he. The game, as they said, was afoot, even if the game involved nothing more dramatic than a missing bowler hat and the wounded dignity of a high-ranking government official. Sometimes, Watson reflected as he gathered his things, the smallest mysteries proved the most illuminating. And something in the quality of the afternoon, the way the peaceful interlude had been shattered, the tension in Mycroft's usually imperturbable frame, suggested that this hat might tell a story worth hearing. The three men prepared to venture out into the fog-wrapped city, leaving behind the warm sanctuary of Baker Street for whatever awaited them in the hushed corridors of London's most peculiar gentlemen's club. The fire continued its gentle crackling, unconcerned with human dramas of missing hats and offended dignity, content to simply be a fire on an autumn evening in the greatest city in the world. The fog had indeed risen by the time the three men emerged from 221B Baker Street, and London had transformed itself into that peculiar other world it became on such evenings, a place of muffled sounds and uncertain distances, where familiar landmarks loomed suddenly out of the grey and disappeared just as quickly behind you. The gas lamps wore halos of diffused light, each one a small sun in its own pocket of illuminated fog, and the spaces between them seemed darker and more mysterious than simple nightfall could account for. A hansom cab waited at the corner, its driver hunched on his perch like some patient bird, his coat collar turned up against the damp. Holmes hailed him with a sharp whistle that cut through the fog with surprising clarity, and within moments they were settled inside. Three men in varying states of agitation, though only Mycroft's showed plainly on his face. The journey through fog-wrapped London was like travelling through a dream. Buildings emerged and receded, their Georgian and Victorian facades becoming theatrical backdrops in the mist. Other vehicles passed like ghost ships, their lamps glowing, the sound of their wheels on cobblestones muffled and strange. Occasionally a pedestrian would materialise at the roadside, face indistinct, before being swallowed again by the grey. Watson found himself studying the city with that heightened awareness that always came when accompanying Holmes on an investigation. London in 1895 was a study in contrasts, the wealthiest city in the world, heart of an empire upon which the sun never set, yet also a place of profound poverty and struggle. They passed from the respectable streets near Baker Street, through areas where the fog seemed to carry with it the scent of coal smoke and something less definable, something that spoke of too many people living in too little space. The Diogenes Club stood on Pall Mall, that broad street of gentlemen's clubs where the powerful and influential gathered in their various tribal configurations. Each club had its character, the Reform for liberals, the Carlton for conservatives, the Athenaeum for intellectuals. The Diogenes Club, Watson knew, catered to a more unusual requirement, the desire to be in company without the burden of companionship, to be alone together in the heart of the city. The building itself was handsome in that restrained way that characterised the best of English architecture. Portland stone facade, tall windows that suggested rooms of proper proportions within, a discreet entrance that spoke of exclusivity without ostentation. As they alighted from the cab, Watson noticed how the fog seemed to respect the building's dignity, swirling around it rather than engulfing it entirely. "Remember," Mycroft murmured as they approached the entrance, his voice barely above a whisper, already adapting to the club's peculiar etiquette. "Once we pass beyond the entrance hall, silence is absolute. No speaking above a whisper. Gestures only if possible. The reading room especially is sacred in its quietude." Holmes nodded, a slight smile playing at his lips. Watson suspected his friend was rather looking forward to investigating a crime scene where normal questioning was forbidden. It would appeal to his love of the theatrical, the unusual, the deliciously awkward. The door was opened by a porter in the club's distinctive dark green livery, a man whose face suggested he had seen much in his years of service, and had been trained to react to none of it with any visible emotion. Mycroft was recognised immediately, of course, and the porter's only acknowledgement of the unusual circumstances, arriving with guests at an odd hour, with a certain tension in his bearing, was a barely perceptible raising of one eyebrow. "Mr. Holmes," the porter said quietly, as if normal volume would be an offence even here in the entrance hall where speaking was technically permitted. "Your guests are—" "My brother, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and his associate, Dr. Watson. They're here regarding the incident." "Ah, yes, Porter is expecting you. He's in the cloakroom, naturally. This way, gentlemen." The entrance hall was everything Watson had imagined and more. High ceilings with elaborate plasterwork, dark wood panelling that gleamed with generations of polishing, a grand staircase that curved upward toward the mysterious regions above. But what struck Watson most was the quality of the silence. It wasn't merely the absence of sound, it was a presence in itself, a thick, tangible thing that seemed to have weight and texture. From somewhere deeper in the building came the faint rustle of a newspaper being turned. A clock ticked with profound solemnity, otherwise nothing. It was like being inside a very elegant tomb, Watson thought, then immediately felt guilty for the comparison. They were led through a corridor lined with portraits of past members, distinguished gentlemen with impressive whiskers and expressions of profound seriousness, as if they were judging the current generation and finding it wanting. The corridor opened into a small vestibule, and there, behind a polished counter, stood the cloakroom attendant. Porter, for that was apparently both his name and his function, in that economical way the English had of conflating identity with occupation, was a man of perhaps 60, with the upright bearing of a former military man and the careful precision of someone who had spent decades in a job that demanded absolute reliability. His hair was silver, his suit impeccable, his expression one of profound distress barely concealed beneath professional composure. "Mr. Mycroft Holmes," he said, his voice hushed and urgent simultaneously, "I cannot apologize enough. In 15 years, nothing of this nature has ever occurred under my watch." "Peace, Porter," Mycroft said gently, with a kindness Watson hadn't heard in his voice before. "I don't hold you responsible, but we must understand what happened." Holmes had already moved past the pleasantries and was examining the cloakroom with that intense consuming focus that Watson knew meant his friend was recording every detail, cataloguing every anomaly, building a complete picture of the space and its workings. The cloakroom was a model of organisation. Numbered hooks lined the walls, each corresponding to a brass check that would be given to members upon surrendering their outer garments. A ledger lay open on the counter, recording comings and goings with beautiful copper-plate handwriting. Everything had its place, its system, its order. It was a small kingdom of controlled civilization, and someone had violated its fundamental rules. "Tell me exactly what happened," Holmes said quietly, his eyes still roaming the space. "Every detail, no matter how trivial." Porter drew himself up as if giving testimony before a court. "Mr. Mycroft Holmes arrived at precisely 2 o'clock, as is his Wednesday custom. I took his coat and hat, issued check number 17, and hung them in their designated location." He pointed to a specific hook, now empty. "At 4:30, Mr. Holmes returned, presented his check, and I retrieved his belongings. Or rather," his voice faltered slightly, "I retrieved what I believed to be his belongings. The coat was correct, but the hat—" "The hat was different," Holmes finished for him. "And you didn't notice immediately?" Porter's distress deepened. "The light here is sometimes— and the hats were similar. I noticed only when Mr. Holmes pointed it out. I am mortified, sir. Absolutely mortified." "The substitute hat," Mycroft interjected. "Where is it now?" Porter reached beneath the counter and produced the offending item with something like reverence, placing it on the polished wood surface as if it might explode. Watson leaned in to look, though he knew his observations would be crude compared to what Holmes would deduce. It was indeed a black bowler, seemingly identical to any other gentleman's hat of the period. Well made, certainly. The silk ribbon around the crown was of good quality. The felt had that slight sheen that came from proper finishing. To Watson's untrained eye, it looked expensive but not exceptional. Holmes, however, was examining it with the intensity of a jeweller appraising a rare diamond. He picked it up carefully, turned it slowly in the lamplight, brought it close to his face to examine the weave of the felt, the stitching, the band inside where the maker's mark would be stamped. "Dun and Cust," he murmured, reading the mark. "Respectable hatter, Establishment on Oxford Street. The hat is approximately 6 months old, worn regularly, but well cared for. The owner has a head circumference slightly smaller than Mycroft's. He glanced at his brother, which is saying something, given your prodigious brain capacity. Hilarious, Mycroft deadpanned. Holmes continued his examination, apparently unhearing. Clay on the brim, as you noted, Mycroft. Light-coloured, possibly kaolin. There are also traces of... He held the brim up to the lamp, peering at it intently. Traces of red sealing wax. Small quantities, but definite. And here, on the interior band, slight indentations suggesting the owner frequently carried papers tucked inside the crown. Not uncommon for men who work in offices where document security is paramount. Watson was taking notes as quickly as his pencil would allow, though he knew he was capturing only a fraction of what Holmes was observing. The detective had now moved to examining the cloakroom itself, studying the hooks, the counter, the small window that looked out onto a narrow alley. "Porter," Holmes said suddenly, "how many members were present in the club between 2 and 4:30 this afternoon?" Porter didn't need to consult his ledger. He knew his domain completely. 17 members, sir, including Mr. Mycroft Holmes. It was a quiet afternoon. Wednesdays often are. And all 17 have been accounted for? None left early without collecting their belongings? All accounted for, sir. I keep meticulous records. He gestured to the ledger with evident pride. Holmes nodded slowly, his eyes distant. So we have 17 members, 17 coats, 17 hats, all accounted for. Yet somewhere in this equation 2 hats have switched places. Mycroft's gone, and this stranger has appeared. He tapped the bowler thoughtfully. "Porter, I don't suppose any of your regular members own a hat from Dunn & Co.?" "I couldn't say with certainty, sir. I recognise each member's belongings, of course, but hatters' marks—" He trailed off apologetically. "No, of course not. That would be too simple." Holmes set the hat down and began pacing the small space, his movements precise despite the confined quarters. "Here's what we know. Someone wearing this hat entered the Diogenes Club this afternoon. They somehow managed to switch their hats for Mycroft's, and they did so in a way that you, Porter, a man of considerable attention to detail, didn't notice the substitution at the time." "But that's impossible," Watson interjected. "The club's membership is strictly controlled. You can't simply wander off the street." "Precisely, Watson. Which means—" Holmes paused, his expression sharpening. "Porter, did the club receive any visitors this afternoon? Tradesmen, delivery persons, anyone from outside the membership?" Porter's face underwent a subtle transformation. Not quite surprise, but recognition, as if a forgotten detail had suddenly surfaced. There was, yes, a courier, from the Foreign Office. He delivered a packet of documents to one of our members, Lord Cranbrook. Arrived at perhaps 3 o'clock, stayed only a few minutes. "Describe him." "Young man, mid-20s perhaps. Brown hair, clean-shaven, respectable appearance. Wearing the standard courier's uniform, dark suit, white collar. He seemed nervous, I thought, but then couriers often are when entering establishments like ours. Intimidating, I suppose, for someone unused to such places." Holmes and Mycroft exchanged a glance, and Watson saw something pass between the brothers, some shared understanding or suspicion that he couldn't quite read. "This courier," Holmes said carefully, "did he surrender his hat when he entered?" "Yes, sir. Protocol requires it, even for brief visits." "And when did he left?" Porter's face went pale. I gave him a hat. I assumed it was his. It was a black bowler, you see, and I just—" The silence that followed was profound. Even in a club dedicated to quietude, this particular silence felt different, heavier, more meaningful. It was the silence of realization, of pieces clicking into place. "So," Holmes said softly, "we have our mechanism. A courier arrives, surrenders his hat. This hat." He gestured to the bowler on the counter. "And when he departs, you inadvertently give him Mycroft's instead. Simple, clean, and very, very clever." "But why?" Watson asked. "What possible reason could a Foreign Office courier have for stealing Mycroft's hat?" Mycroft's expression had gone from agitated to calculating, his considerable intellect now fully engaged with the problem. "That," he said quietly, "is the interesting question, and I suspect the answer involves more than simple theft." Holmes picked up the substitute hat again, turning it slowly in the lamplight. The fog outside had thickened further, and the small cloakroom window showed nothing but grey pressing against the glass like something trying to get in. "This hat," Holmes murmured, almost to himself, "travelled from the Foreign Office to the Diogenes Club on the head of a nervous young courier. It carries traces of documents, the wax, the indentations. It belonged to someone who handles sensitive materials regularly." He looked up at his brother. "Mycroft, what exactly is it that you do for the government? You know very well what I do. Humour me, for Watson's benefit." Mycroft sighed. "I coordinate between departments. I see patterns, make connections, ensure information flows to where it's needed. It's fundamentally boring work, but occasionally essential. And your position would make your name, your habits, your regular Wednesday attendance at the Diogenes Club." Holmes let the sentence hang. "Known to certain people," Mycroft finished grimly. "Yes." The fire in the small grate, for even the cloakroom had its modest hearth, crackled softly, as if commenting on this revelation. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the fog outside. What had seemed like a simple case of a missing hat was transforming into something more complex, more troubling. Holmes set the hat down with finality. "Porter, I'll need the name of the courier service, and any details about this particular courier. His name, his usual routes, anything." "I took his card, sir, standard practice for non-members." Porter produced a small pasteboard card from a drawer. "Edmund Carstairs, Foreign Office Courier Service." That's all it says, along with an address in Whitehall. "Excellent." Holmes pocketed the card. "And now I think we should examine where Mycroft's hat was kept before it vanished. Sometimes the location tells us as much as the object itself." They moved to the hook that had held Mycroft's belongings, number 17, appropriately high on the wall, befitting a man of Mycroft's stature in both the literal and figurative sense. Holmes studied it, with the same intensity he'd given the substitute hat, examining the hook itself, the wall around it, even the floor beneath. "Nothing," he finally pronounced, "which tells us that our courier knew exactly what he was doing. No fumbling, no mistakes. He came prepared." "But prepared for what?" Watson asked. "This still makes no sense. Why would anyone want Mycroft's hat specifically?" Holmes smiled, but it was a thin, sharp expression. "That, my dear Watson, is what we're going to find out, and I suspect the answer begins with Mr. Edmund Carstairs, nervous Foreign Office courier, whose own hat now sits unclaimed in the Diogenes Club, while he walks the foggy streets of London, wearing the property of one of Her Majesty's most valuable civil servants." The clock in the entrance hall chimed 7 times, each note falling into the silence like a stone into a well. Outside, the fog pressed closer, turning London into a labyrinth where anything might happen, where hats could vanish and mysteries could multiply in the grey. Mycroft adjusted his collar, still slightly askew, and straightened his shoulders. "Then we find this Carstairs fellow. Tonight, if possible." "Tonight," Holmes agreed, "before he realises his mistake has been discovered, before he has time to dispose of evidence or disappear entirely." He turned to Porter. "Keep this hat safe. Lock it away if you must. It may prove to be evidence in a matter more serious than simple theft." Porter nodded solemnly, taking the hat with renewed respect, as if it had suddenly become a holy relic. As they prepared to leave, Watson glanced back at the cloakroom, that small, ordered kingdom where everything had its place and purpose. It seemed impossible that such a neat, controlled space could be the scene of anything untoward. Yet that, he supposed, was precisely what made it perfect for such a scheme. No one would suspect drama in a place dedicated to the absence of it. The 3 men emerged back into the fog-wrapped street, where their cab still waited, the driver patient as a statue. London at night was a different creature than London by day, older, stranger, more willing to harbour secrets in its ancient bones. As they climbed back into the hansom, Holmes was already planning their next move, his mind racing ahead to the address in Whitehall, to the mysterious Mr. Carstairs, to whatever truth lay hidden in this affair of the missing hat. And Watson, settling into his seat with his notebook clutched in one hand, found himself thinking that sometimes the smallest mysteries opened doors to the largest truths, and that perhaps, just perhaps, a gentleman's missing bowler might prove more significant than anyone had yet imagined. The cab lurched forward, carrying them deeper into the fog, into the next chapter of the investigation, into whatever awaited in the shadows of a London that knew how to keep its secrets close. The address on Edmund Carstairs' card led them not to a residence, but to a nondescript building on a side street off Whitehall, the sort of structure that seemed designed to be overlooked. Grey stone, modest proportions, windows that reflected rather than invited. It was the kind of place where the machinery of government operated quietly, where clerks and couriers came and went without fanfare, carrying the papers that kept an empire running. By the time their cab arrived, full darkness had settled over London, and the fog had achieved that particular thickness that turned the city into a series of small, isolated worlds. Each gas lamp created its own sphere of visibility, and the spaces between became unknowable voids. The effect was simultaneously claustrophobic and expansive. You could see only a few feet ahead, yet somehow this made London feel infinite, as if the fog concealed not just streets and buildings, but entire universes. "The office will be closed at this hour," Mycroft observed as they stood before the building, its windows dark and unwelcoming. "Government couriers work on schedules as rigid as railway timetables. Carstairs will have completed his rounds by 5 o'clock at the latest." "Then we find where he lives," Holmes said simply. "A man who makes his living carrying secrets must have a home somewhere in this vast labyrinth. The question is where?" Watson pulled his coat tighter against the damp. The fog carried with it that peculiar London chill that seemed to bypass clothing entirely and settle directly into one's bones. Could we not simply return in the morning, speak to his superiors, and give our nervous courier an entire night to realize his mistake? Holmes shook his head. "No, Watson. If this is innocent, a simple confusion of hats, there's no harm in finding him tonight. But if it's something more—" He left the thought hanging in the fog-thick air. Mycroft was studying the building with that calculating expression Watson had come to recognize in both Holmes brothers, the look of men who saw patterns where others saw only chaos, connections where others saw coincidence. "There's a night porter. There must be. Even government buildings require someone to mind them after hours, especially buildings that house sensitive materials." As if summoned by the observation, a light flickered to life in a ground-floor window. Not the bright gas-lit illumination of occupation, but the dim glow of a candle or small lamp being carried through dark corridors. A shadow moved behind the glass, indistinct, but human. Holmes approached the door and knocked, not with the urgency that had characterized Mycroft's earlier assault on 221B Baker Street, but with the measured confidence of someone who expected to be admitted. The door opened after a moment to reveal an elderly man in porter's livery, holding a lamp that cast dramatic shadows across his weathered face. "Building's closed, gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had repeated this phrase countless times over the years. "Business hours are 8 to 6, Monday through Friday." "We're not here for official business," Holmes said, smoothly producing a card, his own this time. "Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective. This is my brother Mycroft Holmes and Dr. Watson. We're trying to locate one of your couriers, Edmund Carstairs. It's rather urgent." The mention of Mycroft's name worked its subtle magic. The porter's expression shifted from bureaucratic dismissal to cautious respect. Anyone who worked in government buildings in Whitehall would know the name Mycroft Holmes, even if they couldn't precisely articulate what it was he did. "Mr. Carstairs," the porter said slowly. "Yes, he's one of ours. Been with the service about 3 years now. Reliable fellow, mostly. What's this about, if you don't mind my asking?" "A small matter of mistaken property," Holmes said, keeping his tone light. "Nothing criminal, I assure you. We simply need to return something to him and retrieve something of ours. Do you have his home address?" The porter hesitated, clearly wrestling with the competing demands of protocol and the implicit authority carried by the Holmes name. Protocol, Watson suspected, would have won if not, for Mycroft's presence. But Mycroft merely stood there, radiating that peculiar gravitational pull that came from being essential to the functioning of the British government, and the porter's resistance crumbled like a sandcastle at high tide. "I suppose, given the circumstances, and Mr. Mycroft Holmes being involved." He disappeared back into the darkened building, his lamp creating wild, dancing shadows on the walls. When he returned, he carried a ledger that looked older than some of the clerks who probably worked in the building. "Mr. Edmund Carstairs," he read, squinting at the page in the lamplight. "Resides at Mrs. Pemberton's boarding house, 14 Craven Street, just off the Strand. Single gentleman, no dependents. As I said, generally reliable. Hasn't missed a day's work in over a year." "Generally reliable?" Holmes pounced on the qualification. "But not always?" The porter shrugged. "He's young, mid-20s. Sometimes young men are—" He searched for a diplomatic phrase. "Distracted. Nothing serious. The occasional late arrival, a delivery that takes longer than expected. The sort of things that happen when someone's mind isn't entirely on their work." "Has he seemed distracted recently?" Another hesitation, longer this time. The porter glanced at Mycroft as if seeking permission to share observations about a government employee with outsiders, even if one of those outsiders technically was the government in many respects. "Since you ask," he said finally. "Yes, the past few weeks, he seemed nervous, jumpy-like, keeps checking over his shoulder, startles easily. I asked him once if he was feeling well, and he leaped out of his skin." The porter shook his head. Though perhaps he was having woman troubles. Young men often do. Holmes and Mycroft exchanged another of those meaningful glances. Watson made a note in his book, though the fog had dampened the pages and his pencil moved sluggishly across the paper. "One more question," Holmes said. "What route would Carstairs typically take for his afternoon deliveries? Which departments? Which buildings?" The porter consulted his ledger again. "Varies day to day, depending on what needs delivering. But Wednesdays, let me see. Wednesdays he generally covers the Foreign Office dispatches, makes rounds to various embassies, the Admiralty sometimes, occasional private deliveries to gentlemen's clubs if the documents are sensitive enough to require hand delivery rather than post." "Gentlemen's clubs," Holmes repeated softly. "Such as the Diogenes Club." "I couldn't say specifically, sir. The delivery manifests are confidential, but it wouldn't be unusual. Lord Cranbrook is a member there, and he frequently receives dispatches at the club rather than at his home or office. I prefer privacy. I understand." The fog swirled around them as if trying to listen in on the conversation, tendrils of grey reaching toward the lamplight like ghostly fingers. From somewhere in the distance came the mournful call of a ship's horn on the Thames, a sound that always made Watson think of departures and lonely journeys, of the vast watery highways that connected London to the rest of the empire. Holmes thanked the porter, and they returned to their waiting cab, which had become little more than a dark shape in the fog, identifiable more by the patient stamping of the horses' hooves than by any visual clarity. "Craven Street," Holmes called up to the driver, who acknowledged with a grunt that suggested he'd driven through worse fogs than this, and would again before his career was done. The journey from Whitehall to Craven Street was brief in distance, but transformed by fog into something approaching an adventure. The cab moved slowly, the driver navigating as much by memory and intuition as by sight. They passed buildings that loomed suddenly out of the grey like ships emerging from mist. The stolid bulk of what might have been an office block, the more elegant lines of a hotel or restaurant, the Gothic spires of a church reaching upward into invisible heavens. London at night, in fog, was a city of sounds more than sights. The clop of their horses' hooves echoed strangely, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Voices drifted past, disembodied and strange, a woman laughing, a man singing drunkenly, the sharp exchange of street vendors packing up their wares for the night. Somewhere a piano played, its melody muffled by fog and distance until it became something dreamlike and uncertain. Watson found himself thinking about the different Londons that existed simultaneously in the same space. There was the London of daylight and respectability, of business conducted in panelled offices and laws debated in Parliament. There was the London of poverty and struggle, of narrow courts and desperate measures. There was the London of empire, of ships arriving from India and Australia laden with tea and wool and the wealth that kept the whole vast machine running. And then there was this London, fog-wrapped, mysterious, a place where hats could be stolen and nervous couriers could vanish into the grey carrying secrets they perhaps shouldn't have. Craven Street, when they finally found it, proved to be a narrow thoroughfare running down toward the Thames. The buildings here were Georgian mostly, tall, narrow houses that had been grand once, perhaps a century ago, but had since descended through the various strata of London society to end up as boarding houses and cheap lodgings for clerks, shop assistants, and others of the respectable but not prosperous classes. Number 14 was indistinguishable from its neighbours, 4 stories of brick, windows showing dim lights in some rooms and darkness in others, a small area of iron railing protecting steps that descended to a basement kitchen. A sign in the ground floor window announced, "Mrs. Pemberton's respectable lodgings for single gentlemen, references required." Holmes led the way up the steps and knocked, a more moderate knock than either of his previous ones that evening. calibrated perhaps to the hour and the nature of the establishment. Boarding house keepers, Watson knew from his own bachelor days before his marriage, were territorial creatures who guarded their domains with fierce attention and kept meticulous mental records of their lodgers' comings and goings. The door was opened by a woman who could only be Mrs. Pemberton, late 50s, iron-grey hair pulled back in a style that suggested both practicality and vanity, a face that had perhaps been beautiful once and was now interesting instead, lined with the accumulated experience of decades of managing other people's domestic lives. She wore a black bombazine dress of good quality but considerable age, and her eyes were sharp as she assessed her unexpected callers. "Good evening," Holmes said, producing his card once again. "Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective. We're looking for one of your lodgers, Mr. Edmund Carstairs. Is he at home?" Mrs. Pemberton took the card, held it up to the gaslight in the hallway, and read it with the thoroughness of someone who had learned not to take anything at face value. Her expression remained neutral, but Watson detected a slight tightening around her mouth. "Mr. Carstairs," she said slowly, "is not at home. I have not been home, in fact, for 2 days." The three men exchanged glances. 2 days. That placed his absence starting Tuesday, the day before the hat incident at the Diogenes Club. 2 days, Holmes repeated. "Is that unusual for him?" "Highly unusual. Mr. Carstairs is a model lodger. Quiet, pays promptly, keeps regular hours. He works for the government, you know, very respectable position." She said this last with evident pride, as if Carstairs' respectability reflected well on her establishment. "When he didn't return Tuesday night, I was concerned. When he didn't come back last night either, I was quite worried. I was considering reporting it to the police, but—" She hesitated. "One doesn't like to cause a fuss. Perhaps he's visiting family, I thought, though he never mentioned having any nearby." "Might we see his room?" Holmes asked. "I assure you we have no intention of disturbing his belongings, but it may help us locate him, and I believe there are parties concerned for his welfare." Mrs. Pemberton looked at Mycroft, seemed to come to some internal conclusion about the gravity of the situation, and nodded. "Very well, though I'll need to accompany you. I can't have gentlemen wandering about my establishment unattended. Standards must be maintained." She led them up a narrow staircase, its carpet worn but clean, the walls decorated with faded prints of rural scenes and biblical quotations. The boarding house had that particular smell Watson associated with such places, a mixture of cooking cabbage, coal fires, furniture polish, and the accumulated presence of many people living in close quarters while trying to maintain the fiction of privacy. Carstairs' room was on the 3rd floor at the back of the house. Mrs. Pemberton produced a considerable ring of keys from her belt, landlady's privilege and responsibility, and unlocked the door. "I haven't touched anything," she said firmly. "When a lodger's absent, I respect their privacy. I may let myself in to check if the window's not left open or the gas tap turned on, but I don't pry. I want that to be understood." "Understood completely," Holmes assured her. The room was small but neat. A single bed against one wall, a wardrobe, a small desk beneath the window, a washstand with basin and ewer, and a single chair. The walls were papered in a pattern of faded roses, and the curtains were of serviceable brown cloth. It was the sort of room that thousands of young men occupied in London. Anonymous, temporary, a place to sleep and keep one's possessions while real life happened elsewhere. But to Holmes's eyes, Watson knew it was a treasure trove of information. The detective moved through the space with that peculiar intensity, picking up objects, examining them briefly, setting them down. His gaze swept the desk, the wardrobe, the small shelf of books beside the bed. "He's a reader," Holmes murmured, scanning the book titles. "Dickens, some poetry, a technical manual on government bureaucracy. Ambitious, perhaps, hoping to rise in the service." He opened the wardrobe carefully. 3 suits, all of modest quality but well maintained. Several shirts, collar boxes, undergarments all neatly arranged. Not a wealthy man, but a careful one who takes pride in his appearance. He moved to the desk where papers lay scattered in what seemed like disarray, but which Watson suspected was organised according to some system that made sense to Carstairs if no one else. Holmes leafed through them carefully, Mrs. Pemberton watching with an expression that suggested she was reconsidering her decision to allow this investigation. "Delivery schedules," Holmes said, more to himself than to his companions. "Notes about routes, timing, the requirements of various departments. all quite proper and professional. He paused, extracting a single sheet from the pile. Except this. He held it up to the lamplight. Watson moved closer to see. It appeared to be a schedule of some kind, but the entries were cryptic, consisting mainly of initials and times. MH, 2:20 DC, Holmes read aloud. Does that perhaps mean Mycroft Holmes? 2 o'clock Wednesday, Diogenes Club. Mycroft's expression had gone very still. If so, then Carstairs has been tracking my movements, which raises rather serious questions about his intentions. Indeed. Holmes continued examining the papers, his movements quick but thorough. Here's another. FO Dispatch, Cranbrook, Confidential, and another. Late delivery, nervous, nearly dropped packet. He looked up at Mrs. Pemberton. You mentioned he seemed distracted recently. This suggests why. He was under considerable stress. But stress about what? Watson asked. He's a courier. Surely carrying papers is not as stressful as all that. Unless, Mycroft said quietly, the papers he was carrying were more significant than he realized, or unless someone had taken an interest in his movements, someone who might wish to intercept sensitive communications. The room suddenly felt smaller, the fog outside pressing against the window, as if trying to hear their conclusions. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. What had seemed like a trivial case, a missing hat, an embarrassed civil servant, was transforming into something with the distinct aroma of espionage. Holmes moved to the washstand, examining the basin, the shaving implements arranged with military precision on the small shelf. He left in a hurry. His shaving kit is here, his hairbrush, everything a man needs for daily grooming. Whatever caused him to leave, it was sudden and unplanned. Or he was taken, Watson suggested, the words coming out more ominously than he'd intended. Possible, but unlikely, Holmes said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. If someone had forcibly removed him from this building, there would have been noise, disturbance. Mrs. Pemberton would have noticed. I certainly would have, she confirmed indignantly. I run a quiet establishment. Any sort of disturbance would have been dealt with immediately. Holmes nodded absently, still examining the room. He knelt to look under the bed, checked behind the wardrobe, even examined the floorboards for loose ones that might conceal something. Nothing, he finally pronounced, standing and brushing dust from his trousers. Or rather, everything and nothing. The room tells us that Edmund Carstairs is a careful, conscientious young man who has recently been under considerable stress. It tells us he left suddenly, 2 days ago, without packing or taking his grooming items. It tells us he's been keeping track of sensitive deliveries and possibly of specific individuals' movements, he looked at Mycroft. And it tells us that whatever he's involved in, willing or otherwise, it's connected to your hat and to the Diogenes Club. Mrs. Pemberton had been listening to all this with growing alarm. Mr. Carstairs isn't in trouble, is he? I mean, serious trouble? He seemed like such a nice young man, always polite, never any unseemly visitors or behaviour. That, Holmes said gently, is precisely what we're trying to determine. When he returns, if he returns, would you be so kind as to send word immediately to 221B Baker Street? It's vitally important that we speak with him. She agreed, taking another of Holmes's cards with a hand that trembled slightly. Watson felt a pang of sympathy for her. She ran a respectable establishment, took pride in her lodgers, and now found herself inadvertently involved in what might be a matter of government security. They descended the narrow stairs, back to street level, emerging into fog that had somehow thickened even further during their brief time inside. The cab was still waiting, the driver and horse both patient as monuments, apparently content to wait all night if necessary for the fare to conclude their mysterious business. As they climbed back into the cab, Mycroft spoke for the first time in several minutes. This is no longer about a missing hat. No, Holmes agreed. It's about a missing courier, a nervous young man who's been tracking government officials, and a hat switch that was either brilliantly planned or extraordinarily fortunate. The question is, which? The cab lurched forward, carrying them back toward Baker Street through a London that seemed to grow more mysterious with each passing hour. Watson stared out at the fog-wrapped city and wondered where, in all these millions of souls, Edmund Carstairs might be hiding, and what secrets he carried with him in the night. The game indeed was very much afoot, and somewhere in the grey, a hat that didn't belong to its wearer might hold the key to unravelling it all. The return journey to Baker Street passed in a contemplative silence, each man absorbed in his own thoughts, as the cab navigated through fog that had achieved an almost supernatural density. The city had become a place of whispers and shadows, where familiar landmarks appeared and vanished like memories half recalled, and the very air seemed thick with secrets waiting to be discovered. Watson found himself thinking about Edmund Carstairs, this young man he'd never met but who had somehow become the centre of a mystery that grew more complex with each passing hour. What must it be like, he wondered, to be a government courier in London in 1895, to carry papers that might contain information affecting empires, yet to be yourself so invisible, so unremarkable that people looked through you rather than at you. It was a peculiar kind of power, really. The power of the unnoticed, the overlooked, the person who moves through important spaces without leaving an impression. By the time they reached Baker Street, the hour had grown late enough that the street itself seemed half asleep. A few windows still showed lights, someone working late, or reading, or simply unwilling to surrender consciousness to the night. Mrs. Hudson had left a lamp burning in the window of 221B, a small beacon of domestic warmth in the fog-wrapped darkness. They climbed the familiar stairs to find that Mrs. Hudson, with her customary thoughtfulness, had built up the fire and left a cold supper under a cloth on the sideboard. Sliced ham, cheese, fresh bread, and a pot of strong tea keeping warm on the hob. It was exactly the sort of simple, nourishing food that Watson associated with coming home after long hours of investigation, and he felt a surge of gratitude for their landlady's quiet competence. Holmes immediately went to his chair, but instead of his usual languid repose he sat, forward, elbows on knees, fingers steepled beneath his chin in that attitude of intense concentration Watson knew so well. Mycroft took the chair opposite, and for a long moment the two brothers simply looked at each other, engaged in some silent conversation that needed no words. Watson busied himself with preparing plates and pouring tea, a domestic ritual that felt oddly comforting given the strangeness of the evening's discoveries. The normalcy of these small actions, the clink of china, the splash of tea being poured, the smell of fresh bread, provided a kind of anchor to the ordinary world even as they discussed matters that ventured into considerably less ordinary territory. "Right," Holmes said finally, accepting the tea Watson handed him with an absent nod of thanks. "Let us examine what we know, and, more importantly, what we don't know. Mycroft, your hat was taken from the Diogenes Club yesterday afternoon. The substitution occurred during a brief window when a Foreign Office courier named Edmund Carstairs was delivering documents to Lord Cranbrook. The switch could not have been accidental. Too many specific circumstances had to align." "Agreed," Mycroft said, his voice carrying that dry, analytical tone that emerged when he was working through a problem, which suggests either that Carstairs himself engineered the switch, or that someone else did and Carstairs was merely the unwitting vehicle for it. "And yet Carstairs has disappeared," Watson added, settling into his own chair with his plate balanced on his lap, "which suggests he's either guilty and fled, or innocent and frightened." "Or," Holmes said quietly, "something in between. A man can be both victim and participant in the same crime, Watson. The world is rarely so neat as to divide people cleanly into villains and heroes." The fire crackled softly, sending shadows dancing across the cluttered walls of the sitting room. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like something alive and curious, and from somewhere in the distance came the mournful sound of a policeman's whistle, some small drama playing out in the London night. Holmes rose and began pacing, his movements precise despite the confined space. Consider the evidence from Carstairs' room, a man who keeps careful records, who notes his deliveries and routes with the attention of someone either very conscientious or very nervous. The notes about your movements, Mycroft, M. 2 Gasrodi DC, suggest he was specifically tracking you. But why? "Perhaps I was merely one of several people he was tracking," Mycroft suggested. "A courier would naturally note the patterns of his regular recipients. When they're available, where they prefer to receive deliveries, it could be entirely innocent." "Could be," Holmes agreed. "But for the fact that he's disappeared, and that your hat, specifically your hat, was the one taken, and that the substitute hat shows signs of having been in contact with documents sealed, with wax, suggesting it belonged to someone who handles sensitive materials regularly." He paused in his pacing. "No, this was targeted. The question is whether Carstairs was the hunter or the prey." Watson took a bite of ham and found it surprisingly good. Mrs. Hudson had added some of her special mustard, the one with hints of honey and herbs. Could someone have been forcing him to do this? Threatening him in some way? It's a possibility worth considering, Holmes said. Mrs. Pemberton mentioned he'd seemed nervous and distracted in recent weeks. A man under duress would certainly display such symptoms. He returned to his chair, picking up his pipe and beginning the familiar ritual of filling and lighting it. But duress from whom? And to what end? What could possibly be gained from stealing Mycroft's hat? The hat itself is irrelevant, Mycroft said flatly. It must be. Unless I've inadvertently made an enemy among London's community of hat thieves, which seems unlikely. Then what? Watson asked. If not the hat, then what was the actual objective? The brothers exchanged another of those meaningful glances, and Watson saw something pass between them, some shared understanding of how these games were played in the shadowy world where government and espionage intersected. Suppose, Holmes said slowly, smoke curling from his pipe, that the hat was merely the vehicle. Suppose someone wanted to place something in Mycroft's possession without his knowledge, or remove something from his possession, or... He paused, eyes narrowing. Establish a connection that could be observed and documented. You're suggesting I was being set up, Mycroft said. It wasn't a question. I'm suggesting that a man in your position, with access to sensitive information, with knowledge of government operations across multiple departments, would be a valuable target for anyone engaged in espionage. And what better way to compromise such a man than to create evidence of improper contact with a foreign agent? The room fell silent except for the fire's whisper and the tick of the clock. Watson felt the pieces shifting in his mind, rearranging themselves into a pattern that was both alarming and somehow grimly logical. So the hat switch wasn't about the hat at all, he said slowly. It was about creating a plausible connection between Mycroft and Carstairs. Someone could claim that Mycroft deliberately arranged the switch as a way to pass information. Precisely, Holmes said, though I suspect the actual mechanism is more subtle. Remember the traces of clay and sealing wax on Carstairs' hat? Suppose a message was concealed in that hat, a coded communication, perhaps hidden in the lining or the band. Carstairs, knowingly or unknowingly, carries this hat into the Diogenes Club. The switch occurs. Mycroft leaves with a hat containing a compromising message. Later, when this is discovered, he appears to have been receiving intelligence from a foreign source. Mycroft's expression had gone very cold, very still. It's elegant, I'll give them that. Frame me for espionage using my own predictable habits against me. My Wednesday attendance at the club is well known. My position makes me a credible target, and a man accused of treason, even if eventually exonerated, is a man whose usefulness to the government is ended. But who, Watson demanded, who would go to such elaborate lengths? That, Holmes said, is what we must discover, and quickly, before whoever orchestrated this realizes their scheme has been uncovered and moves to the next phase of their plan. He rose again, unable to remain seated when his mind was working at full capacity. Consider what we know about the players. Edmund Carstairs, young, ambitious, conscientious courier who has recently shown signs of stress. Lord Cranbrook, the recipient of the delivery that provided the opportunity for the switch. The Foreign Office itself, which employs Carstairs and handles exactly the sort of sensitive materials that might interest foreign agents. And then there's the question of which foreign power might be involved, Mycroft added grimly. The usual suspects, France, Russia, Germany. Any of them would love to either recruit me or discredit me, preferably both. Watson found himself thinking about the geopolitical landscape of 1895, the great powers of Europe engaged in their endless dance of alliance and rivalry, the scramble for colonies in Africa and Asia, the naval arms race between Britain and Germany, the eternal complications of the Eastern question, and Russia's designs on Constantinople. The British Empire stood at the height of its power, but power bred enemies, and those enemies constantly probed for weaknesses. We need to examine Mycroft's hat, Holmes said decisively. The one Carstairs is presumably wearing. If my theory is correct, that hat contains the actual message, the false evidence meant to incriminate Mycroft. But since the switch was discovered prematurely, Carstairs still has it. Which is why he's disappeared, Watson said, understanding dawning. He realized something had gone wrong. Perhaps he was supposed to make another exchange, return Mycroft's hat after the message had been discovered. But when the switch became known, he panicked and went to the ground. Or, Mycroft said darkly, whoever was controlling him decided he'd become a liability and removed him from the equation entirely. The fire seemed to burn less warmly at that suggestion. Watson thought of the neat little room in Mrs. Pemberton's boarding house, the careful arrangements of a young man's life, and wondered if Edmund Carstairs was still alive to return to it. Holmes was at his desk now, pulling out maps of London, spreading them across the cluttered surface. If Carstairs fled voluntarily, where would he go? He's a government courier. He knows the city intimately. He'd know which areas to avoid, where the police patrol, where a man might hide. He'd also know, Mycroft added, that running makes him look guilty. If he were truly innocent, caught up in something beyond his understanding, he might instead seek help from someone in authority. But who? Holmes asked. He can't go to his superiors at the Foreign Office, they might be involved. He can't go to the police. What would he tell them? That he accidentally stole a government official's hat and now suspects international espionage? They'd laugh him out of the station. Watson watched the brothers work, their minds moving in parallel tracks, finishing each other's thoughts with the ease of long familiarity. It was like watching a piece of music being performed by two instruments in perfect harmony, each playing a different part but creating a unified whole. Safe houses, Mycroft said suddenly. The government maintains certain locations for situations exactly like this. Places where someone with sensitive information can go to ground until they can be properly debriefed. Carstairs would know about them. Couriers are briefed on emergency protocols. Would you know where these safe houses are located? Holmes asked. Mycroft's smile was thin. I know where most things are located, Sherlock. It's rather the point of what I do. Then tomorrow we visit them, systematically, until we find either Carstairs or evidence of where he's gone. Holmes glanced at the clock. It was nearing midnight. But tonight we rest. This matter has already waited 2 days. A few more hours won't matter, and we'll think more clearly with sleep. Watson found himself grateful for this pronouncement. The day had been long, beginning with that peaceful afternoon that seemed like weeks ago rather than mere hours, and his mind felt stuffed with information like a drawer too full of papers. Mycroft rose with a groan that suggested his sedentary lifestyle had not prepared him for an evening of rushing about London in the fog. I'll return to my rooms at the Diogenes Club. Even without my favourite hat, I believe they'll admit me. Take care, brother, Holmes said, and there was genuine concern in his voice. If someone is indeed trying to frame you for espionage, they may have other contingencies in place. Watch for anyone following you. Trust no one whose loyalty isn't absolutely certain. I trust very few people absolutely, Mycroft said dryly. Present company accepted, of course. It's what's kept me alive in this business as long as I have been. After Mycroft departed, Holmes and Watson remained by the fire, neither quite ready to surrender the day to sleep. The coals glowed red and orange, shifting and settling with small sounds like whispered conversations. Do you really think Carstairs is alive? Watson asked quietly. Holmes was silent for a long moment, staring into the fire as if it might hold answers. I think, he said finally, that a great deal depends on what exactly he knows, and what use that knowledge might be. To others. If he's merely a pawn who stumbled onto something larger, he might be safe, might even be valuable alive. But if he knows too much, or if his continued existence poses a threat to someone's plans— He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Watson thought about the young courier, somewhere in fog-wrapped London, possibly frightened, possibly in danger, possibly already beyond help. The city contained millions of souls, countless places to hide, endless opportunities for both salvation and disaster. Finding one specific person in all that vastness would be like finding a particular drop of water in the Thames. Yet somehow he had faith that Holmes would do exactly that. Because that was what Holmes did. He found patterns where others saw chaos, truth where others saw confusion, and missing couriers carrying stolen hats in cities of 4 million people. Get some sleep, Watson, Holmes said gently. Tomorrow we hunt for our vanished messenger, and perhaps, if we're fortunate, we'll unravel this entire tangled affair before anyone else gets hurt. Watson climbed the stairs to his own room, but sleep was long in coming. He lay in the darkness, listening to the sounds of London at night, the distant clatter of a late cab, the bark of a dog, the whistle of wind through chimney pots. And somewhere out there, he knew, Edmund Carstairs was listening to those same sounds, perhaps wondering if morning would bring rescue or ruin, salvation or capture. The fog pressed close against his window, and Watson finally drifted into an uneasy sleep filled with dreams of hats and shadows, of messages hidden in unlikely places, and of young men running through endless grey streets with secrets they wished they'd never learned. The mystery of the missing hat had become something much larger and considerably more dangerous, and tomorrow they would venture back into the fog to pursue it wherever it might lead. Morning came to London with that tentative quality particular to late October, when the sun seems uncertain of its welcome and arrives with apologies rather than fanfare. The fog had lifted somewhat during the night, though it hadn't entirely departed. It lingered in patches and hollows, clinging to the Thames like a reluctant guest who knows the party is over but can't quite bring themselves to leave. Watson woke to the smell of Mrs. Hudson's excellent bacon frying downstairs, and the sound of Holmes moving about in the sitting room with that restless energy that indicated his mind had been working through the night, even if his body had been forced to rest. By the time Watson had dressed and descended the stairs, he found Holmes already fully clothed, standing at the window with a cup of coffee in one hand and the morning papers spread across every available surface. The Times, the Telegraph, the Morning Post, Holmes said without turning from the window. Not a word about missing government couriers or stolen hats or mysterious goings-on at gentlemen's clubs, which tells us either that the matter has been successfully kept quiet, or that no one yet realises there's anything to report. Or both, Watson suggested, helping himself to coffee from the pot Mrs. Hudson had left warming by the fire. The liquid was strong and dark, exactly what his slightly foggy mind required. Or both, Holmes agreed. He turned from the window and Watson saw that his friend looked surprisingly well rested, despite what must have been a largely sleepless night spent contemplating the problem. Mycroft sent a note an hour ago. He's arranged for us to visit Whitehall this morning. Officially, as consultants on a matter of departmental security, it will give us access to records that might otherwise be challenging to obtain. Watson smiled at the delicate phrasing. In his years of association with Holmes, he'd learned that the detective's relationship with official channels was complicated at best. Holmes respected the law, but had little patience for bureaucracy, and his methods often involved acquiring information through means that wouldn't stand up to strict legal scrutiny. Having Mycroft smooth the way was a considerable advantage. They breakfasted quickly, bacon, eggs, toast with Mrs. Hudson's blackberry jam, and by 9 o'clock were in a cab heading toward Whitehall. The morning traffic was in full flow, London going about its business with that determined energy that characterised the city. Horse-drawn omnibuses lumbered past, their tops crowded with passengers. Delivery wagons jockeyed for position. A bicycle messenger weaved through the traffic with the confidence of someone who'd learned that in London, audacity was often rewarded more reliably than caution. The streets themselves told the story of a city in transition. Victorian London was a place of contrasts. Ancient churches standing beside modern office blocks, medieval street patterns trying to accommodate 19th century traffic, the old world and the new world coexisting in uneasy partnership. They passed a street sweeper clearing horse droppings with methodical efficiency, his broom moving in practised arcs while the traffic flowed around him like water around a stone. Whitehall was the beating heart of the British Empire's administrative machinery, a collection of imposing buildings where decisions made by clerks and ministers in panelled offices could affect the lives of millions of people scattered across a quarter of the globe. The architecture spoke of power and permanence, of an empire that intended to endure for centuries. Yet Watson, who had served in India and seen the complexities of that empire firsthand, knew that beneath the impressive facades lay a vast, complicated machinery of human endeavour, ambition, and occasional incompetence. Mycroft met them at the entrance to one of the more anonymous buildings, the sort of structure that didn't announce its purpose, but simply existed, solid and unremarkable. He looked more himself this morning, Watson noted with relief. The agitation of the previous evening had been replaced by that characteristic calm competence that made Mycroft Holmes one of the most valuable men in government despite, or perhaps because of, the fact that most people had no idea what exactly it was he did. "Gentlemen," Mycroft greeted them, his voice pitched low despite the fact that they were still outside in the relatively public space of the street. "I've arranged for us to meet with Under-Secretary Hartley. He oversees the courier service among his other responsibilities. I've told him we're conducting a routine security review. Nothing to cause alarm, but enough to justify asking questions." They followed Mycroft through corridors that seemed designed to confuse and intimidate. Long, narrow passages with identical doors bearing inscrutable number and letter combinations. Staircases that led to unexpected places, the occasional burst of natural light from a window overlooking an interior courtyard. The building smelled of paper and ink and leather, of coal fires and furniture polish, and that indefinable scent that Watson associated with institutions, the accumulated smell of decades of human occupation, of countless meetings and memorandums and decisions both momentous and trivial. Under Secretary Hartley's office was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a corridor lined with filing cabinets that suggested the sheer volume of paperwork required to run an empire. Hartley himself proved to be a man of perhaps 50, with the slightly harried look of someone perpetually behind on their work and resigned to never catching up. His desk was a landscape of papers, folders, and correspondence arranged in piles whose organisational logic was presumably known only to him. "Mr. Holmes," he said, rising to shake Mycroft's hand before turning to the others, "and this would be the famous Sherlock Holmes. I've read Dr. Watson's accounts with great interest, and Dr. Watson himself, of course. An honour, gentlemen. Please, sit. The office contained 3 chairs for visitors, which suggested that Hartley often had to conduct meetings with multiple people. The collaborative nature of government work made manifest in furniture arrangements. They settled themselves while Hartley cleared a space on his desk by the simple expedient of moving one pile of papers to join another pile on a side table. "Now then," Hartley said, "Mr. Mycroft Holmes mentioned you wished to review our courier service protocols. Routine security assessment, I understand. Always wise to periodically examine our procedures, of course. Can't be too careful in these times, the international situation being what it is and so forth." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his manner suggesting professional interest rather than suspicion. "Quite right, Mr. Hartley. We're particularly interested in your courier Edmund Carstairs. Could you tell us about his service record?" Something flickered across Hartley's face. Not quite alarm, but recognition that this question was more specific than a general security review would warrant. "Carstairs? A particular reason for asking about him specifically?" "He's been handling some sensitive deliveries," Mycroft said smoothly. "Regular contact with certain high-level officials. Just want to ensure proper protocols are being followed." Hartley nodded, apparently satisfied with this explanation, and reached for one of the more organised piles on his desk. Evidently his filing system, chaotic as it appeared, was navigable to its creator. He extracted a folder and opened it, scanning the contents. "Edmund Carstairs. I joined the service 3 years ago, aged 23 at the time. Previous employment as a clerk in a solicitor's office, Lincoln's Inn, respectable firm. References were excellent. Bonded, naturally, all our couriers are. Background check found nothing of concern. Father deceased, mother living in Kent on a small pension. No debts, no questionable associations, no political affiliations that would raise flags." "His performance?" Holmes asked. "Exemplary, for the most part. Punctual, reliable, discreet. The sort of young man who does his job without complaint and doesn't draw attention to himself." Hartley paused, and Watson noticed his expression shift slightly. "Though—" "Yes," Holmes prompted. "Well, there have been a few instances in recent months. Nothing serious, you understand, but irregularities. Deliveries that took longer than expected. A few occasions where he seemed distracted, not quite himself. I spoke with him about it. 6 weeks ago perhaps. Asked if everything was all right, whether he was having any personal difficulties." "And what did he say?" Hartley frowned, trying to recall. "He assured me everything was fine, said he'd been suffering from headaches and wasn't sleeping well, promised to be more attentive, and he was, for a time. But then—" He trailed off, consulting the folder again. "Then 3 days ago, Tuesday, he simply didn't report for work. No message, no explanation. Most unlike him, and he hasn't been seen since." The 3 visitors exchanged glances. 3 days matched Mrs. Pemberton's account of when Carstairs had last been at his lodgings. "Did you report his absence?" Mycroft asked. "Not officially, no. On the first day I assumed he was ill. Even reliable employees fall sick occasionally. On the second day I became concerned and sent someone to his lodgings, but the landlady said he hadn't returned. I was planning to file a formal report today, actually. Can't have couriers simply vanishing. Raises all sorts of questions about security." Holmes shifted in his chair. "Mr. Hartley, during the weeks when Carstairs seemed distracted, did you notice any change in his behaviour beyond the deliveries taking longer? Did he seem nervous? Frightened? Was he receiving unusual visitors or correspondence?" Hartley considered this, carefully. "Now that you mention it, yes. He did seem nervous, jumpy even. Several times I saw him looking over his shoulder as if he expected to see someone following him. I attributed it to the headaches and lack of sleep he mentioned. Such things can make one anxious. Did he handle any particularly sensitive deliveries during this period? All our deliveries are sensitive to some degree, Mr. Holmes. That's rather the point of using couriers rather than the regular post. But if you're asking whether he handled anything exceptionally delicate, Hartley consulted the folder again, flipping through pages. There were several diplomatic pouches from the Foreign Office, some Admiralty documents regarding naval contracts, routine interdepartmental correspondence marked confidential. Nothing that stands out as unusual, but any of it could be valuable to the wrong parties. The naval contracts, Mycroft said, and Watson heard a new note in his voice. Do you recall any specifics? Supply contracts, mostly. Coal, provisions, that sort of thing. All the tedious but necessary work of keeping a fleet operational. Hartley looked between them. Is there something I should know? Has Carstairs done something wrong? We're not certain, Holmes said honestly, but his disappearance, combined with certain other circumstances, suggest he may have been under some form of duress. Have you noticed any foreign nationals taking an interest in your courier service? Anyone asking unusual questions, attempting to recruit your employees? Hartley's expression shifted from harried bureaucrat to concerned official. Good Lord, you're suggesting espionage? Here, in my department? We're suggesting, Mycroft said carefully, that certain foreign powers might find a young, conscientious courier to be a valuable asset if they could compromise or recruit him. Access to documents, knowledge of routes and protocols, awareness of which officials receive which materials, all potentially useful intelligence. The Undersecretary had gone pale. I need to report this, immediately. The Permanent Secretary must be informed. Security will need to review all of Carstairs' recent deliveries, check for any breaches. Please, Mycroft interrupted gently but firmly. Don't do anything yet. If there is a foreign agent involved, alerting the entire department could cause them to disappear before we can identify them. Give us 48 hours to investigate discreetly. If we haven't resolved the matter by then, you can initiate whatever official procedures you deem necessary. Hartley looked torn between bureaucratic duty and the persuasive authority of Mycroft Holmes. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. 48 hours, but I want regular updates, and if this turns into a scandal, I want it on record that I cooperated fully with your investigation. Of course, Mycroft assured him. Now one more question. The deliveries Carstairs made this past Wednesday, the day before he disappeared. Do you have a record of his route? Hartley flipped through the folder once more and found the relevant page. Wednesday? Yes. He had 6 deliveries. Foreign Office pouch to Lord Cranbrook at the Diogenes Club. Admiralty documents to Captain Morrison at the Naval Office. Home Office correspondence to Sir James Whitmore at his residence in Belgravia. Treasury materials to Mr. Pemberton at Somerset House. And 2 interdepartmental deliveries here in Whitehall. Lord Cranbrook, Holmes repeated. He seems to feature prominently in this affair. What can you tell us about him? Lord Cranbrook, distinguished career in diplomatic service, currently serves on several advisory committees, retired from active duty but still consulted on matters of foreign policy. Impeccable reputation. I can't imagine he'd be involved in anything untoward. Nevertheless, Holmes said, we'd like to speak with him. Can you arrange an introduction? Hartley looked dubious. Lord Cranbrook is not a man who appreciates unexpected visits, but given the circumstances and given that Mr. Mycroft Holmes is making the request, he reached for a sheet of paper and began writing. I'll send a note to his residence in Mayfair. Can't guarantee he'll see you, but I'll frame it as a matter of government security. That should at least get you in the door. They spent another 20 minutes reviewing Carstairs' employment records, his delivery routes over the past 6 months, and any correspondence he might have sent to supervisors. It was tedious work, the sort of detail-oriented investigation that looked nothing like the dramatic chases and confrontations that Watson sometimes emphasized in his published accounts. Yet it was essential, the foundation upon which Holmes built his deductions. By the time they emerged back into the weak autumn sunlight, they had a clearer picture of Edmund Carstairs, a young man of modest background and good character, who had, over the past several weeks, exhibited increasing signs of stress and fear. A man who handled sensitive documents daily and would know their value. A man who had now been missing for 3 days, carrying with him a hat that didn't belong to him, and possibly secrets that several nations might kill to obtain. Lord Cranbrook, Mycroft said as they stood on the pavement outside the building. I know him slightly. Good man, generally speaking. Can't see him involved in espionage, but he shrugged. I've been surprised before. People are endlessly capable of unexpected behaviour when the right pressure is applied. Or the right incentive offered, Holmes added. We're dealing with professional intelligence work here, Mycroft. These aren't common criminals motivated by simple greed. These are people who understand how to identify weaknesses, how to exploit them, how to turn loyal servants of the Crown into unwitting or willing agents. A carriage clattered past, followed by a street vendor pushing a cart laden with apples, their red skins gleaming in the thin sunlight. London continued its daily business, indifferent to the small dramas of espionage and missing couriers that played out in its governmental corridors. The naval contracts, Watson said suddenly, the thought crystallizing in his mind. Mycroft, you seemed particularly interested when Hartley mentioned them. Why? Mycroft glanced at his brother, some silent communication passing between them. Because, he said finally, there's been concern in certain circles that information about British naval movements and supply chains has been reaching foreign powers. Nothing definitive, just patterns. Ships arriving at ports to find competitors already negotiating for coal supplies. Construction plans that seem to be known before they are officially announced. Small things, individually meaningless, but collectively suggestive. Of a leak, Holmes finished. Someone passing information about naval logistics to whoever's willing to pay for it. Precisely, and if young Carstairs was carrying documents about such contracts, and if someone had identified him as a potential source. Mycroft didn't need to finish the sentence. They stood in silence for a moment, 3 men on a London pavement contemplating the intricate web of international intelligence, where young couriers could become pawns in games they barely understood, where stolen hats could be vehicles for coded messages, where the mundane work of government administration could conceal treachery with the potential to affect the balance of power between nations. We need to find Carstairs, Holmes said finally, before someone else does, because I suspect that whoever orchestrated this affair won't leave loose ends untied, and a frightened courier who knows too much is a very dangerous loose end indeed. The safe houses, Mycroft said. I'll provide you with addresses. If he's gone to ground in one of them, we may yet find him alive and able to tell us who put him up to this. And if he's not in a safe house, Watson asked. Holmes' expression was grim. Then we expand the search. Because somewhere in this city of 4 million souls, Edmund Carstairs is hiding with a hat that could bring down a government official and expose an espionage network, and every hour that passes makes it more likely that the wrong people find him first. They hailed a cab, climbing in with that sense of urgency that had replaced the previous evening's more measured investigation. The game had changed. What had begun as a peculiar theft had become a race against time, with a young man's life hanging in the balance and international intrigue lurking in the shadows. As the cab pulled away from Whitehall, Watson looked back at the imposing buildings where the Empire's business was conducted. How many other secrets lurked behind those dignified facades? How many other young men like Carstairs walked those corridors, carrying papers they didn't fully understand, unaware of the larger games being played around them? The city swallowed them, and the hunt for the missing courier continued, threading through London's maze of streets and secrets, following a trail that grew colder with each passing hour, but which Holmes was determined to pursue to its end, wherever that might lead. The list of safe houses Mycroft provided contained 5 addresses scattered across London, anonymous lodgings in districts ranging from respectable but unremarkable Bloomsbury to the less savoury environs near the docks. These were places maintained by the government for exactly the sort of emergency Carstairs might be experiencing. Locations where someone with sensitive information could disappear temporarily, protected but supervised, until the situation could be resolved. Holmes studied the list with that focused intensity Watson had come to recognise, his mind already mapping routes, calculating distances, prioritising targets. We'll start with the one in Clerkenwell, he announced. It's closest to both Carstairs' lodgings and his usual delivery routes. If he fled in panic, he'd likely go somewhere familiar rather than venture into unknown territory. The journey across London took them through neighbourhoods that illustrated the city's extraordinary diversity. They passed through the legal district, where barristers in their traditional wigs hurried between courts carrying leather cases stuffed with briefs and precedents. Through Holborn, where shops sold everything from books to boots to the elaborate mourning jewellery that Victorian society seemed to require in such quantity. Through Clerkenwell itself, an area that had been fashionable once but had descended through the social strata to become a place of small workshops, Italian immigrants, and the sort of people who needed cheap lodgings and didn't ask too many questions of their neighbours. The safe house occupied the upper floor of a narrow building wedged between a clockmaker's shop and a tobacconist. From the street it looked like any other set of rooms to let. A small brass plate beside the door listed J. Morrison, rooms available, in letters so small and tarnished they could barely be read. But Holmes had explained that this anonymity was precisely the point. Safe houses needed to blend into their surroundings, to be places where someone could come and go without drawing attention. Holmes knocked, not with urgency, but with the measured confidence of someone who had a right to be there. The door was opened by a woman of perhaps 40, plain-featured and plainly dressed, with eyes that assessed them with practised efficiency. Watson recognised the type, someone trained to notice details, to evaluate threats, to maintain cover while remaining vigilant. "Mrs. Morrison?" Holmes inquired, though they all knew this was likely an alias. "We're looking for a young man who might have sought refuge here in the past few days. Edmund Carstairs, mid-20s, brown hair, employed as a government courier." The woman's expression remained neutral, but Watson saw the flicker of recognition in her eyes. "And you are?" Holmes produced the letter Mycroft had written, brief but bearing seals and signatures that conveyed authority. The woman read it carefully, her lips moving slightly as she passed the formal language. "You'd better come in," she said finally, stepping aside. The interior was as anonymous as the exterior, clean but spare, furnished with the sort of furniture that could be found in any middle-class home. A sitting room that could have belonged to a clerk or a shopkeeper, with nothing to suggest its true purpose. Yet Watson noticed details that spoke of its actual function. The windows that allowed observation of the street below, the reinforced lock on the inner door, the way the furniture was arranged to provide clear sight lines to all entrances. "He arrived Tuesday evening," Mrs. Morrison said without preamble, apparently deciding that Mycroft's letter warranted cooperation. "Nervous as a cat. Wouldn't give me details, just said he needed a place to stay for a few days, that there'd been a complication in his work. I followed protocol, let him in, asked no questions, sent word through channels that we had a guest." "And is he here now?" Holmes asked. "No, he left yesterday morning. Said he'd realised something, that he needed to retrieve an item he'd left somewhere. Promised he'd return by evening." Her expression tightened. "He hasn't." Watson felt his heart sink. They'd been close, so close, only to miss Carstairs by a day. "Did he say where he was going?" Holmes pressed. "Give any indication of what this item was or where he'd left it?" "No specifics, but he kept muttering something about fixing it and putting things right. He seemed less frightened than when he arrived. More determined, like he'd made some kind of decision." She paused. "He was carrying a hat when he left. Fine bowler, better quality than his usual. I remember thinking it seemed odd. The hat didn't match the rest of his appearance." Holmes and Watson exchanged significant glances. Mycroft's hat. Carstairs still had it. "Did anyone else know he was here?" Holmes asked. "Did he receive any visitors or messages?" "No visitors. Protocol forbids it. But..." Mrs. Morrison hesitated. "The second night he was here, I woke around 2 in the morning and heard him moving about. When I checked, discreetly, you understand, I saw him at the window, looking out at the street as if watching for someone. He stood there for nearly an hour before returning to bed." "As if he expected to be followed," Watson murmured. "Or was waiting for someone," Holmes countered. "Mrs. Morrison, did Carstairs leave anything behind? Any possessions, papers, anything at all?" She nodded. "His room is as he left it. I haven't touched anything. Again, protocol. When someone leaves without formally checking out, we preserve their belongings until receiving instructions from the proper authorities." She led them up a narrow staircase to a small bedroom on the upper floor. The room was Spartan. A bed, a washstand, a single chair, a small wardrobe. But unlike Carstairs' room at Mrs. Pemberton's boarding house, this space showed signs of recent agitated occupation. The bed was unmade, blankets twisted as if from restless sleep. A water glass stood on the washstand, still half full, and on the small table beside the bed lay several items that made Holmes move forward with sudden intensity. A pencil and paper, the paper covered with what appeared to be attempts at decoding or deciphering something. Letter combinations, crossed out and rewritten. Notes in the margins. Wax seal? And lining? And what did they hide? He was trying to figure something out, Watson said, picking up the paper carefully, trying to decode a message perhaps. Holmes was already examining the other items on the table, a small pocket knife, its blade showing traces of dark fabric, a spool of thread, and most tellingly, several small pieces of black felt, cut carefully into irregular shapes. He took apart a hat, Holmes said, his voice carrying that note of excitement that came with a crucial breakthrough. Look, these are pieces of lining. He removed the lining from a hat, presumably to examine what was hidden beneath it. Watson felt the pieces clicking into place in his own mind. Mycroft's hat. He finally examined it properly, found whatever message was hidden in it, and realized what he'd stumbled into. Precisely. Holmes was studying the pieces of felt under the light from the window, turning them this way and that. And here, he pointed to one larger piece, you can see where something was sewn into the lining. The stitching is different from the original construction. Careful work, but detectable to someone looking for it. So the message was in Mycroft's hat all along, Watson said. But who put it there? And when? Holmes set down the felt pieces with that careful precision he used when handling evidence. Consider the sequence of events. Carstairs, knowingly or unknowingly, brings a hat to the Diogenes Club. This hat contains a message in its lining. The switch occurs, and Mycroft leaves with the prepared hat. Carstairs departs with Mycroft's genuine hat. Days pass. Carstairs, whether through growing suspicion or explicit instruction, examines the hat he took and finds nothing. It's just a hat. Which means the message was never intended for Mycroft to receive, Mycroft said from the doorway, making them all start. None of them had heard him arrive. It was intended for whoever Carstairs was supposed to meet afterward. The switch would be discovered. I'd report my hat missing. Investigation would reveal I'd received a hat containing coded intelligence. Whether I claimed ignorance or not, my reputation would be compromised. He moved into the small room, dominating it with his presence despite the confined space. But something went wrong. I noticed the switch too quickly, or Carstairs failed to make his second exchange, or he simply got cold feet and ran before completing his part of the scheme. Holmes nodded slowly. And when he examined the hat in safety, here in this room, he found the message and understood what he'd been part of. Not just simple theft, but an elaborate frame designed to discredit one of the government's most valuable servants. So, he decided to put things right, Watson said. That's what Mrs. Morrison heard him say. He was going to expose whoever had recruited or coerced him. Or return the evidence to the proper authorities, Holmes added. But to do that, he needed to retrieve the original hat, his own hat, which now presumably sits in the Diogenes Club's cloakroom, also containing a message. They all fell silent, contemplating this intricate dance of hats and messages, of frames within frames. Outside, the sounds of Clerkenwell continued. Hammers in workshops, voices calling in Italian and English, the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones. Ordinary life proceeded while they stood in this anonymous room, passing the details of an espionage scheme. But if Carstairs left yesterday morning to retrieve his original hat, Watson said slowly, and he hasn't returned, then where is he? What's happened to him? That, Holmes said grimly, is the question that worries me most, because whoever orchestrated this scheme would have been watching for exactly such a move. They'd know that if Carstairs disappeared with Mycroft's hat, he might eventually work out what was happening. They'd be waiting for him to surface. Mycroft had moved to the window, looking down at the street below with that calculating expression both brothers shared when working through a problem. We need to return to the Diogenes Club. If Carstairs did attempt to retrieve his original hat, there'll be a record. Porter will remember. Unless Carstairs never made it there, Watson said quietly, unless someone intercepted him first. The afternoon light was beginning to take on that golden quality that came before evening, streaming through the window and illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. The small room suddenly felt oppressive, as if the walls were closing in with the weight of all these secrets and schemes. Holmes gathered the pieces of felt carefully, wrapping them in his handkerchief. These may yet prove useful. Evidence of the message, even if the message itself is gone. He turned to Mrs. Morrison, who had been waiting patiently in the doorway. If Carstairs returns, when he returns, send word immediately to 221B Baker Street, and if anyone else comes asking about him, anyone at all, note their description and send word of that as well, she nodded, her expression suggesting this was far from the first time she'd been given such instructions. The journey back to Pall Mall and the Diogenes Club took them through London, now in full late afternoon bustle. Office workers were beginning their homeward journeys, shops were experiencing their final rush of the day, street lamps were being lit one by one as the lamplighters made their rounds. The city was transforming itself from day to evening, that liminal time when anything seemed possible, and the fog was beginning to rise again from the Thames. Porter was at his usual station in the cloakroom, and his face showed relief when he saw them. "Mr. Mycroft Holmes, sir. I was hoping you'd return. Something peculiar happened yesterday morning." "Carstairs," Holmes said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, sir. The young courier. He arrived just after we opened, looking quite agitated. Asked if there was a black bowler hat left unclaimed from Wednesday. Said he'd made a mistake, took the wrong hat by accident, wanted to return it and collect his own." "And?" Holmes prompted when Porter paused. "I told him yes, we did have an unclaimed hat from that day, but before I could retrieve it he became even more agitated. Asked if anyone else had inquired about it, if anyone had examined it. I told him no, that it had remained locked in the cloakroom storage exactly as procedure requires for unclaimed items." "What did he do then?" Porter's expression was troubled. "He seemed relieved, sir. Said he'd return later with proper identification to claim it. But then, and this is the peculiar part, as he was leaving, a gentleman approached him on the steps outside. I saw them through the window. They spoke briefly, and Mr. Carstairs' whole demeanour changed. He looked terrified, sir. Absolutely terrified." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Describe this gentleman." 50s, perhaps, well-dressed, military bearing, grey hair, considerable moustache. Carried himself like someone accustomed to authority. They spoke for perhaps 2 minutes, then they walked away together, though I had the distinct impression Mr. Carstairs went with him reluctantly. Holmes and Mycroft were already moving toward the door, that synchronization of movement that came from shared understanding. "The hat," Holmes called back to Porter. "Carstairs' original hat. We need it. Now." Porter produced it from the storage area with commendable speed. A black bowler, similar to dozens of others, yet to Holmes's eyes clearly distinctive. The detective took it almost reverently, turning it slowly in the light from the gas lamps that had just been lit for the evening. "There," he said softly, his fingers finding something in the inner band. "Feel this, Watson. The stitching." Watson ran his fingers along where Holmes indicated and felt it. A slight irregularity in the band, where something had been sewn into the fabric and then removed. The thread was different, the work careful but detectable to a searching hand. "The message was here," Holmes said, "in Carstairs' hat. Whoever recruited him had him carry it unknowingly, probably for weeks. Then, when the time was right, they arranged for the switch at the Diogenes Club. Mycroft would leave with the incriminating hat. Carstairs would depart with the one containing the real intelligence. Intelligence that was meant to be collected by the well-dressed gentleman who approached him yesterday." "But we discovered the switch too soon," Mycroft said. "The plan fell apart. And when Carstairs tried to rectify the situation, he walked right into the arms of the very people he should have been fleeing from," Holmes finished. "Military bearing, you said, Porter? Grey hair, considerable moustache." "Yes, sir. Distinguished-looking gentleman. Would have fit right in as a member here, if you understand my meaning." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. They both knew what that description suggested. Not a foreign agent operating in obvious disguise, but someone who could move through British society without raising suspicion. Someone who might even be British themselves. "Lord Cranbrook," Mycroft said quietly. 50s, military background from his diplomatic service, grey hair, distinguished appearance, and he's been receiving regular deliveries from Carstairs for months." The pieces were assembling themselves into a picture none of them wanted to see. A picture of betrayal at the highest levels, of a respected member of the establishment turned traitor, of a young courier caught between forces he couldn't hope to match. "We need to find Cranbrook," Holmes said, his voice tight with urgency, "and we need to find him tonight, before whatever he's planning reaches its conclusion, because I suspect Edmund Carstairs has very little time left, and possibly none at all." The fog was rising thick now, wrapping around the club's dignified facade, turning Pall Mall into a mysterious corridor where anything might be lurking just beyond the range of visibility. Somewhere in that fog-wrapped city, a young courier was running out of time, and the only people who might save him were standing in a gentleman's club cloakroom, holding 2 hats that had been at the centre of a scheme to topple governments and destroy lives. The game had entered its final phase, and the stakes had never been higher. The address Mycroft provided for Lord Cranbrook's London residence was in Mayfair, that enclave of wealth and privilege where the city's most prosperous citizens maintained their townhouses. The buildings here spoke of old money and older traditions, Georgian facades maintained with meticulous care, brass door fittings polished to mirror brightness, windows that glowed with the warm light of gas lamps and wealth insulated from the harsher realities of London life. As their cab navigated through the thickening fog, Holmes sat in contemplative silence, the two hats resting on his lap like evidence in a trial that had yet to begin. Watson watched the city transform around them, the transition from the commercial bustle of Pall Mall through the transitional spaces where different Londons met and mingled, finally arriving at these quiet, confident streets where power resided in understated elegance. "Approach carefully," Mycroft cautioned, as they neared Cranbrook's address. "If he's truly involved, he'll be watching for exactly this sort of visit, and if he has Carstairs—" The sentence hung unfinished in the fog-thick air. The house, when they found it, was a handsome 4-story structure set back slightly from the street, with a small garden behind iron railings and steps leading up to a door painted in that particular shade of black that seemed reserved for the homes of the truly respectable. Lights showed in several windows suggesting occupation, and smoke rose from multiple chimneys. The household was awake and active. Holmes studied the building for a long moment before approaching, his eyes taking in details Watson knew he would miss. 2 entrances visible, the front and a servant's entrance at the side. Windows on all floors, most with curtains drawn but not entirely closed. Movement on the 2nd floor. Someone pacing, I think. The ground floor shows a dining room. Lights bright as if for an evening meal. "What are you thinking?" Watson asked quietly. "I'm thinking," Holmes said slowly, "that if Lord Cranbrook has Carstairs here, he'd keep him somewhere secure but not obvious. A cellar perhaps, or servants' quarters. Somewhere he could claim the young man was staff if questions were asked." "And if he's not here at all?" Mycroft asked. "If we followed the wrong thread? Then we'll have had an interesting conversation with a distinguished civil servant about his regular correspondence with a missing courier." Holmes's smile was thin. "Either way, we gain information." They approached the door and Holmes knocked with that particular rhythm that suggested neither emergency nor timidity, simply the confident expectation of admission. The door was opened by a butler of the old school, elderly but upright, with that expression of polite inquiry that could shift instantly to polite dismissal if the visitors proved unworthy of his master's time. "Good evening," Holmes said, presenting his card. "Sherlock Holmes to see Lord Cranbrook. The matter is urgent and concerns government business." The butler's expression didn't change, but Watson saw him register Mycroft's presence with a slight widening of the eyes. "One moment, gentlemen. I shall inquire if his lordship is receiving visitors." They were left in the entrance hall, a space that managed to be both grand and intimate, with a curved staircase ascending to the upper floors, walls adorned with paintings that suggested both taste and considerable expenditure, and that particular quality of stillness that came from servants moving about their duties with practised silence. The butler returned within minutes. "His lordship will see you in the study. If you'll follow me." They were led up the staircase to the 2nd floor down a corridor lined with more paintings, family portraits, Watson guessed, generations of Cranbrooks staring out from ornate frames with expressions of aristocratic composure. The study proved to be a room that spoke of a life spent in diplomatic service. Bookshelves filled with volumes in multiple languages, maps on the walls showing places most Englishmen would never visit, comfortable leather furniture arranged around a fireplace where coals glowed with welcoming warmth. Lord Cranbrook himself stood by the fire, a brandy glass in one hand, and he was exactly as Porter had described. 50s, distinguished bearing, grey hair and considerable moustache, dressed in evening clothes that suggested he'd been preparing for dinner when interrupted. But what struck Watson most was his expression, not guilt or fear or anger, but something closer to resignation, as if he'd been expecting this visit and was almost relieved it had finally come. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice carrying that cultured accent of the upper classes. "And Mr. Mycroft Holmes, of course. I know you by reputation, sir. And Dr. Watson, whose accounts I've read with interest. Please, sit. Brandy?" There was something surreal about the offer, as if this were a social call rather than a confrontation about espionage and kidnapping. Yet Holmes accepted the hospitality with equal politeness, taking a seat and accepting a glass while his eyes continued to catalogue every detail of the room. "We're looking for Edmund Carstairs," Holmes said without preamble. "The courier who's been delivering your Foreign Office correspondence. I believe you encountered him yesterday morning outside the Diogenes Club." Cranbrook took a long sip of his brandy before responding. "Yes, I did." The admission hung in the air like smoke. Watson found himself gripping the arms of his chair, expecting violence or flight or some dramatic revelation. But Cranbrook simply stood there, looking tired and somehow diminished despite his distinguished appearance. "Is he here?" Mycroft asked quietly. "He's in the guest room on the 3rd floor," Cranbrook said. "Unharmed, I assure you. Somewhat frightened, understandably so, but physically unharmed. I've had my housekeeper provide him with meals and ensure his comfort." He finished his brandy and set the glass down with a definitive click. "I suppose you'll want to know the whole story." "That would be helpful," Holmes said dryly. Cranbrook moved to one of the leather chairs and sat heavily, as if the weight of what he was about to confess required him to be seated. "It began about 6 months ago. I was approached by someone I'd known during my diplomatic service, a man I'd considered a friend. He suggested I might be willing to provide certain information in exchange for compensation. My finances, you see, are not what they once were. Bad investments, expensive habits, the cost of maintaining this house, and my position in society." He gestured around the room with a sad smile. "All this, elegance requires considerable funds, and my pension, while respectable, is not inexhaustible." "So you agreed to sell information," Mycroft said, his voice carefully neutral. "Not at first. I refused initially, quite indignantly in fact. But then—" Cranbrook paused, his hands clasping together. "Then they demonstrated how much they already knew about my financial situation, about certain debts I'd rather not become public, about some indiscretions that, while not criminal, would certainly damage my reputation. It became clear that I could either cooperate and be compensated, or refuse and be ruined." Watson felt a mixture of anger and pity. This was how it happened, he realised. Not through dramatic recruitment of committed ideologues, but through the slow corruption of decent people caught in circumstances that eroded their principles, one compromise at a time. "What information did you provide?" Holmes asked. "Nothing catastrophic, nothing that would endanger lives or military operations, just details, patterns of diplomatic correspondence, names of individuals involved in sensitive negotiations, the general thrust of policy discussions, small pieces that probably seemed meaningless individually, but which, assembled together, would give a foreign power insight into British intentions and planning." "And Carstairs?" Holmes prompted. "He was the mechanism. My contact couldn't risk meeting me directly, too conspicuous. So they arranged for Carstairs to be the courier. Messages would be hidden in his hat, sewn into the lining, coded, invisible, unless you knew to look. Carstairs was completely innocent, I assure you. He had no idea what he was carrying. He was simply doing his job, delivering documents to me and others on his route." "Until the scheme with Mycroft's hat," Holmes said. Cranbrook nodded wearily. "That wasn't my idea. My contact insisted on it. They wanted to— insurance, they called it. If I ever tried to back out or confess, they'd have evidence that a high-ranking government official had been receiving coded intelligence. Mycroft would be compromised, I would be exposed, and everyone would be too concerned with the scandal to trace things back to the real architects of the scheme." "Elegant," Holmes murmured, though there was no admiration in his voice, and deeply vicious, but something went wrong. "Carstairs took the wrong hat," Cranbrook said. "Or rather, he took the right hat at the wrong time. The switch was supposed to be temporary. Mycroft would leave with the prepared hat, but it would be switched back before anyone noticed. The discovery of the message was meant to come later, after being planted somewhere more official. But Mycroft noticed immediately, and suddenly the whole plan was falling apart." "And when Carstairs came to the Diogenes Club yesterday morning," Watson asked, "he'd worked it out, examined the hat, found evidence of the message, understood he'd been used. He was going to go to the authorities, expose the entire network. I couldn't let that happen, not for my sake, but because—" Cranbrook's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Because my contact made it clear that if the scheme was exposed, my family would suffer. My daughter, my grandchildren. These people don't make idle threats." The room fell silent except for the soft crackle of the fire. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, and somewhere in the house below, someone was playing piano, a melancholy nocturne that seemed to underscore the sadness of the moment. "So you brought him here," Holmes said. "To keep him quiet while you worked out what to do. To keep him safe, actually. My contact wanted him eliminated. Removed from the equation," they phrased it. "I convinced them I could handle it quietly without violence, that I'd secure his silence through persuasion or payment." Cranbrook looked up, and Watson saw genuine anguish in his eyes. "I'm a traitor, gentlemen. I'll not deny that. But I'm not a murderer. I couldn't let them kill that boy for the crime of doing his job competently." Mycroft had been silent through this confession, his expression unreadable. Now he spoke, his voice carrying that weight of authority that came from his position at the heart of government. "Who is your contact? Who orchestrated this network?" Cranbrook smiled sadly. "I don't know. Truly, I don't. I've never met them face to face. All communication comes through intermediaries, coded messages, anonymous meetings in public places. That's how they maintain security. None of us knows enough to expose the whole operation." "But you could identify the intermediaries," Holmes pressed. "The people who collected the information, who provided the coded hats, who conveyed the threats." Yes, I could do that." Holmes and Mycroft exchanged one of their meaningful glances. Watson could almost see the calculation happening between them, weighing the value of Cranbrook's cooperation against the severity of his crimes, balancing justice against pragmatism, considering what outcome would best serve the nation's interests. "Here's what's going to happen," Mycroft said finally. "You're going to provide us with every detail of this network you possess. Names, meeting places, methods of communication, everything. You're going to help us identify and apprehend these intermediaries. In exchange, we'll consider the mitigating circumstances, your cooperation, your protection of Carstairs, the coercion you experienced." "You'll go quietly into retirement," Holmes added. "Abroad, preferably. Your reputation will remain intact, your family protected. But your days in British society, your access to sensitive information, your comfortable life here, all of that ends tonight." Cranbrook's eyes glistened, but he nodded. "I understand. It's more than I deserve, honestly. I'll tell you everything I know." "And Carstairs," Watson said, feeling someone should speak for the young courier who'd been caught up in all this through no fault of his own. "What happened to him?" "He returns to his life," Mycroft said, "with the understanding that what he's learned is covered by the Official Secrets Act and must never be discussed. He'll be reassigned to different duties, somewhere his skills can be used without placing him in proximity to sensitive diplomatic communications, and he'll be watched discreetly to ensure he keeps that silence." Holmes stood, setting down his barely touched brandy. "Show us Carstairs. We'll need to speak with him, ensure he understands the situation." They followed Cranbrook up another flight of stairs to the third floor, where the servants' quarters would typically be located. He knocked gently on one of the doors. "Mr. Carstairs, it's Lord Cranbrook. There are some gentlemen here to see you. You're quite safe now." The door opened cautiously to reveal a young man who matched all the descriptions they'd gathered. Mid-20s, brown hair, respectable appearance, but with eyes that showed the strain of the past several days. When he saw the three visitors, his expression shifted through confusion to hope for relief in rapid succession. "Mr. Mycroft Holmes?" he asked, his voice uncertain. "Among others," Mycroft confirmed gently. "You've had quite an adventure, Mr. Carstairs. Why don't you come downstairs, have some tea, and we'll sort this all out." The next hour passed in that strange combination of tension and domesticity that Watson had experienced before in Holmes's investigations. They gathered in Cranbrook's dining room, all of them, including Cranbrook's elderly housekeeper who was summoned to provide tea and biscuits with the sort of unflappable efficiency that suggested she'd served tea through far stranger circumstances in her time. Carstairs told his story in a voice that gradually steadied as he spoke, how he'd noticed nothing unusual at first, just routine deliveries to various officials, how he'd only begun to suspect something was wrong when he'd overheard a conversation between two men following him, speaking in a foreign language about the courier and the package, how his growing fear had made him increasingly nervous and distracted at work, how the hat switch at the Diogenes Club had been accidental on his part. He'd simply grabbed the first black bowler in his panic to leave quickly when he'd spotted one of the men who'd been following him standing across the street. "I didn't know what to do," Carstairs said, his hands wrapped around his teacup as if drawing warmth from it. I knew I'd taken the wrong hat, but I was too frightened to return immediately. Then when I examined it and found evidence of something hidden in the lining, I realised I'd stumbled into something much larger than simple theft. I went to the safe house, tried to work out what to do, and finally decided I had to return the hat and report everything officially. Which is when Lord Cranbrook intercepted you, Holmes said. Yes. He told me I was in danger, that there were people looking for me who wouldn't hesitate to kill me to keep their scheme secret. He said he could protect me if I came with him. I didn't know if I should trust him, but... Carstairs shrugged helplessly. I was terrified, and he seemed genuinely concerned for my safety. He was, Mycroft said, glancing at Cranbrook, who sat at the far end of the table, looking diminished and defeated. In his way, he was trying to protect you, though his motives were complicated by his own involvement in the affair. They spent another hour working through details, Cranbrook providing names and descriptions of his contacts, Carstairs corroborating details about his deliveries and the pattern of being followed. Holmes took meticulous notes, his mind already organising the information into actionable intelligence. Mycroft occasionally interjected questions with that incisive precision that demonstrated why he was so valuable to the government. By the time they finally prepared to leave, full darkness had settled over London, and the fog had achieved that thickness where the city became a collection of isolated pools of gaslight separated by gulfs of grey uncertainty. Cranbrook had been placed under informal house arrest. One of Mycroft's people would arrive within the hour to ensure he didn't attempt to flee or warn his contacts. Carstairs would return to Baker Street with them, where he'd stay until arrangements could be made for his protection and eventual reassignment. As they emerged into the fog-wrapped street, Carstairs carrying both hats, the physical evidence of the scheme that had nearly destroyed multiple lives, Watson found himself thinking about the strange journey these objects had taken. From innocent accessories to vehicles for espionage to evidence of treachery, they'd been at the centre of a drama that illustrated both the complexity of international intelligence work and the human cost of such games. The cab ride back to Baker Street passed in relative silence, each man absorbed in his own thoughts. Carstairs stared out the window at the fog, occasionally touching the hats, as if to reassure himself they were real. Mycroft sat with that distant expression that suggested his mind was already moving ahead to the next steps, the arrests to be made, the network to be dismantled, the diplomatic complications to be managed. Holmes, Watson noticed, seemed almost disappointed that the case had resolved itself through confession and negotiation rather than dramatic confrontation. Yet there was satisfaction too in his expression, the satisfaction of a puzzle solved, even if the solution had been more mundane than the elaborate scenarios his mind had been constructing. By the time they reached Baker Street, the hour had grown late enough that the street itself seemed to be settling into sleep. A few windows still showed lights, but most of the houses were dark, their occupants already surrendered to dreams or rest or whatever private dramas played out behind closed curtains. Mrs. Hudson had maintained her vigil, keeping the fire burning and leaving cold supper, ready for however many hungry investigators might return. She took one look at Carstairs, young, exhausted, obviously in need of care, and immediately adopted that maternal efficiency that made her such an invaluable part of the household. "The poor lamb," she declared, ushering him toward the warmth of the fire. "You look half-starved and entirely worn out. Sit yourself down while I fetch something more substantial than biscuits. And Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I trust you'll be explaining to me in the morning why you're bringing home stray government couriers at this unseemly hour." Despite everything, or perhaps because of everything, they all laughed. It was the laughter of tension released, of danger past, of the simple relief that comes from returning to familiar safe spaces after venturing into uncertainty. They settled around the fire, and Mrs. Hudson produced what seemed like an inexhaustible supply of food: cold chicken, bread and butter, cheese, pickles, and her justly famous apple tart. Carstairs ate with the appetite of someone who'd been too nervous to eat properly for days, while the others picked at their plates and gradually relaxed into the comfortable domesticity of Baker Street. "What happens now?" Carstairs asked eventually, his plate finally empty, his expression showing the first signs of genuine peace since they'd met him. "Now," Mycroft said, "you rest. Tomorrow you'll be interviewed properly, your testimony recorded officially. Within a week you'll be reassigned to new duties, still government service, but somewhere your particular talents can be used without placing you at risk. You'll be watched discreetly, For your own protection as much as for security purposes, but your life, Mr. Carstairs, continues. Changed, certainly, but not ended. And Lord Cranbrook will face consequences appropriate to his actions and his cooperation. Justice, Mr. Carstairs, is complicated when dealing with matters of national security. Sometimes the greater good requires compromises that seem unjust on an individual level. But I can assure you that the network he was part of will be dismantled, and the threat it represented will be neutralized. Holmes had been quiet through this exchange, smoking his pipe and staring into the fire. Now he spoke, his voice thoughtful. The curious thing about this case is how something as simple as a misplaced hat could unravel an entire espionage operation. If you hadn't taken the wrong hat in your moment of panic, Mr. Carstairs, if Mycroft hadn't noticed the switch so quickly, if any of a dozen small details had gone differently, this scheme might have succeeded in compromising a valuable government servant and continuing to operate undetected. Chaos theory, Watson suggested. The butterfly's wing that causes the storm. Precisely, though in this case more of a hatmaker's error causing an intelligence disaster. Holmes smiled slightly. There's a lesson there about the unpredictability of human affairs, about how the most elaborate plans can be undone by the most mundane accidents. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire burn down to embers. Outside, London continued its nighttime existence. Cabs still rattled past occasionally. Late workers made their way home. Policemen walked their beats. The great city breathed its slow, sleeping breath. Eventually Mycroft rose, preparing to depart. I should return to my own lodgings. Tomorrow will be a busy day. Many threads to pull, many loose ends to tie up. But tonight? He paused, looking at his brother with something approaching affection. Tonight, Sherlock, I'm grateful. For your help, your insight, your unwillingness to dismiss what seemed like a trivial complaint. It was never trivial, Holmes said. A hat belonging to Mycroft Holmes doesn't simply vanish. There had to be a reason, a pattern, a purpose. Following that logic to its conclusion was merely what anyone would do. Anyone with your particular gifts, Mycroft corrected, which is to say, almost no one. Good night, brother. Dr. Watson, Mr. Carstairs. I'll send word in the morning about arrangements. After Mycroft departed, Watson helped Mrs. Hudson settle Carstairs in the spare room. Clean sheets, a warm fire, the sort of simple comforts that seemed impossibly luxurious after days of fear and uncertainty. The young man was asleep almost before his head touched the pillow, exhaustion finally claiming him now that safety had been achieved. Watson returned to the sitting room to find Holmes still by the fire, the two hats resting on the table beside him, Mycroft's elegant bowler and Carstairs' similar but distinct hat, both now stripped of their hidden messages but retaining their importance as evidence and symbol. Quite a journey for a couple of hats, Watson observed, settling back into his chair. Quite a journey for all of us, Holmes agreed, from a peaceful afternoon disrupted by an agitated Mycroft to the exposure of an espionage network and the rescue of a young courier, all because someone was careless, or perhaps desperate enough to grab the wrong hat in a moment of panic. Do you think Cranbrook was telling the truth about being coerced? Holmes considered this. Partially, perhaps. People rarely lie completely, Watson. They tell the truth as they wish it were, or as they've come to believe it after sufficient self-justification. Cranbrook wanted money, and was willing to compromise his principles to get it. But he also wanted to believe he was a victim rather than a villain. The truth as usual lies somewhere in the complexity between those extremes. The fire had burned down to a soft glow now, barely illuminating the familiar clutter of the sitting room. Watson felt that particular exhaustion, that came not just from physical tiredness but from the emotional weight of the day, the tension, the revelations, the small tragedy of watching a distinguished man reveal himself as something less than distinguished. I think, Watson said slowly, I'll write this one up. Not immediately, some of the details will need to remain secret, but eventually, people should know that sometimes the great cases begin with something as simple as a missing hat. That heroism can be found in young couriers who refuse to be accomplices to schemes they don't understand, that even traitors can have moments of decency. Write it, Holmes encouraged, though perhaps you might add more emphasis to the deductive reasoning and less to the philosophical musings. The public does enjoy a good bit of logical demonstration, Watson smiled. I'll try to balance both, give them the deduction they expect and the humanity they need. They sat in companionable silence as the last embers faded, and the room grew darker. Outside, the fog finally began to lift, dispersed by a wind from the river. Tomorrow would bring new complications, new work, new challenges, but tonight, in this moment, there was only the quiet satisfaction of a case concluded, a young man saved, a network exposed, and the simple pleasure of being home, safe, in the familiar comfort of Baker Street. The two hats sat on the table, silent witnesses to their own strange adventure. They would be catalogued, filed away as evidence, eventually forgotten by everyone except those few who had been touched by their journey. But for now, they rested in the gathering darkness, their tale told, their purpose served, their mystery finally and completely resolved. And somewhere in the spare room, Edmund Carstairs slept peacefully for the first time in weeks, dreaming perhaps of simpler days to come, of carrying documents that contained only what they appeared to contain, of hats that were simply hats and nothing more. The mystery of the missing hat had been solved, its secrets revealed, its players accounted for. And London, that vast, fog-wrapped, endlessly complicated city, continued its eternal existence, indifferent to the small dramas that played out in its streets and homes, eternal guardians of millions of stories, some told and many more never to be known. Peace settled over Baker Street like a gentle blanket, and the long, strange case of Mycroft's missing bowler came at last to its quiet, satisfying end. That's our story for tonight. Maybe you're drifting off in the midnight hush of Stockholm, the warm glow of Cape Town, the gentle night rhythm of Bangkok, or the quiet seaside calm of Sydney. If this moment brought you ease, like the episode and subscribe for more peaceful nights ahead. Let the world fade softly, let your breath slow, let your dreams find their own path. Sleep deeply now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.